Hello. It is time. That's a little bit dark. Well, okay, it's really bright now. Jeez. I don't know what the settings are, what it thinks they are. Because all I do is I change from like automatic to manual mode, and then it like explodes, and then I click up and down on every option so it doesn't even change. It just refreshes it. And then it's correct, I don't know. I'd like to see the code behind that. What it sets the values to. Alright. So I am getting alt fire to be an official, like, supported thing. That's good. Close that. Yep. Alt. I noticed that was different. Oh, this is, just not what I'm trying to modify, actually. Here. Oh. Okay. And once I get, weapon alt in, I will continue with controller stuff. Making it good. Let me go ahead and close this stuff. I don't really need a weapon scene yet. Okay, I probably should have left that open. Actually. Okay, so weapon has alt mode. I'm going to have a toggle alt. Something like that. I guess right beneath the set. Actually, maybe, yeah, let's do set alt mode. I was thinking of calling it toggle alt mode. That just doesn't seem right now, looking at it. And then all this is going to do is it's going to be tracked for everything. Alternate fire mode. And that's all it does for now. So now I need to make it so that the input does this. So if handle input and weapon alt is triggered, and I think I'm not even gonna buffer this one actually. The idea behind this is that alt mode can have an offset, like some alternative orientation for the weapon. Currently the player manages that, but the weapon scene... Can the weapon scene move the weapon? I think it does. Or the weapon node. Move the weapon. So it has some transforms, and I'm assuming it will apply that to itself. Yeah, so it orients itself. This is interpolation, and then we, there it is. Then we apply transforms. So what I really want to do is I want to have a, probably, I might even export this value. I might export this value. Bad timing. I gotta take the dog out, so I'll be back in just a minute. I'm back. I should have just taken it before I started. I know that. Alright. Maybe it's not a transform applied here. Also, the order of these things. Let me look at this. Yeah, so if I think about how things stack. Yeah, you have a weapon scene offset. And then I have like an alternate fire offset or something. So I think that's what I do. I think I have has alt mode. Should also return an alt mode transform. The weapon needs an alt mode transform. Return it here. This transform is interpolated. This transform is applied. It's applied after scene offset. This transform is applied after scene offset and interpolated. Right, okay. Let me see this. There's what this cached, so changing. The result is cached when switching modes. I'll just say this should return a consistent value. And essentially this is where the revolver is going to return like some transform that's like moves it down, in, and that's actually it. It just moves it down and in. It doesn't apply rotation. The reason I allow it to be a transform 3D for rotation is because the what is it? The rifle's grenade, which maybe, I don't know, maybe, you know what? You know what? I think I might just find some other way to do this entirely. What is this sway transform? Is this like dead code? It is. I don't even use it. Funny. Alt recoil transform? What the hell? Alt split. Recoil alt split. What? Alt recoil transform. Set it. Recoil transform to alt. Is this like the inverse? What? Recoil split. Set recoil transform. This allows the recoil to push the camera over max rotations, but I'll accept this because it'll be hard to intuitively remove. That kind of needs to be renamed. That actually really does need to be renamed. So I'm gonna rename it. Recoil split, recoil alt split. Let me document these. Actually, I'm not going to document that because this is going to change. I'm going to change how recoil works. Currently, this is just like some thing. There's no actual impulses. I need impulses. It needs to be, like, you know, an exponential decay function. I guess not really an exponential decay function, more like, what is it? I can't even, like, draw it. Could I draw it? I have no idea what this graph would look like. It's, there's definitely something. There's definitely some kind of thing for this, but essentially what it would be is if I have, can I draw a straight line doing this? Nope. I don't know what I just did. I was holding shift. Oh, okay. If this is, if this is the graph, I want the impulse to be like that. Is that a good this kind of function? There's definitely like something that will give me that. I just have to figure out what it is. But that's for later. In fact, let me close this. Nope. That's for later. So I'm not going to worry about this at all there. I will do interpolate. Okay, first of all, I need to know if the weapon is in alt mode. I should do that in... I think physics process moves the weapon. No. No. If melee transform is transform 3D. On weapon melee and melee transform. Uh-huh. Melee timer. Sure. Okay. If weapon type has alt mode, so this is actually, I'm actually going to cache this whenever I swap weapons, in fact. Weapon scene, here we go. Actually, where's weapon type? Where's weapon type? Oh, I think it's an export. There it is. Weapon type. Load weapon type. Reset weapon related values. I'm going to make this value variable. And then has alt mode after we get the weapon type. So then I can skip quite a bit of stuff. If weapon type alt mode. Actually, it's more like this. Then I say, do I say interpolate? How do I update aim target? Interpolate aim. Weapon aim target, weapon aim next target. Okay. Vector 2. Oh, it's a rotation. There's definitely a way to interpolate transforms. I think it's like I just do like an interpolation on the origin point, and then I do like a spherical something with the basis, whatever. It's like some kind of basis spherical transform or spherical interpolation. Some spherical, that's all I know. If we have an alt mode, we're going to interpolate interpolate alt mode, because we may have that if we are switching. Okay. Alt transform. Alt mode transform. Yeah. So essentially I'm always going from identity to that, or that to identity. So it's really simple. Maybe. And I think we check it here. Actually, it should be set alt mode. Is what it should be. Yeah. And then kind of all I do is I do if weapon type and has alt mode, that's all I really do. And then I'm done. And then I can say get alt mode so that we're able to toggle. Or is alt mode? Yeah, so there's no way to check that. I mean, I guess what it can be is if I just press the button, I just set it to the value to true. No, I need to know it, right? I need to know it. Let me say this. Let me just say toggle, because it is a toggle. So I'm going to say toggle alt mode. It's not going to accept anything, and we're just going to do just that. So we invert it. I'm trying to think here. So for the revolver, it should. I don't know about the suppressor. I'm really wondering about that. I think it should be alt mode for. Dog is just looking back. I think it should be alt mode still for the suppressor. But the thing is, that one's kind of like an animation too. You know, you'll take the suppressor off or you will put it on. But this is the case where I want to remember that between, if I switch weapons, like, here's an example. I pull out the pistol, I press whatever the button is for alt mode, and then I swap out and swap back. The suppressor should be off. It should stay off. I press the button, I swap out, I swap back, the suppressor's still on. So that the weapon resource can remember that. And in fact, it will remember that. I guess let me say this. Let me just say like, yeah. If the weapon's alternate fire mode is persistent when switching away. When switching out the weapon. Should return a consistent value. I guess I just do that. And then in the weapon switch, which load weapon type. If weapon type, I guess I should also say if weapon. Actually, no, this is a bug if that happens, so I want that to print. If has alt mode and weapon type persistent, just say and not weapon type is ultimate persistent, then I will set this I disable it before I switch away. Right. And then I obtain the value. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to obtain the value. So I can say if, I'll just say if has alt mode. I'm just gonna read in the value. Actually no, never mind. I don't actually read in that value, I just read in it has alt mode. If has alt mode and not weapon type is ultimate persistent, set it to false before we switch away. Alright. Toggle alt mode, that's all it does. It's a turn, we just invert the value. And then up here in interpolate alt mode, I guess what I can do is I can check the current value. So if, and I should only be calling this if I have it. Yeah, I should only be calling this if I have it. So I'll do this. If, if alt mode, can I do an equals transform? That should work. And I want to be specific about that. So if this is equivalent to the identity and weapon type alt mode, I need to flip it. So now I need to say, now I need to do an interpolation the other way around. Yeah, so I need interpolations. I guess I put underneath this one. Yeah, I can put it here. Yeah, I can use this. Duration. I think it needs to be pulled from the weapon. So I pull it from the weapon. Just still more stuff. Is alt mode persistent? As alt mode, is alt mode persistent? Get alt transform. And then I can say get alt. Return the into out of alternate transform. This should return a different value depending on the current alt mode value. Okay, because I will pull it every time. So new, just start at 0. We'll do, I think I need to ease it in out. No, I think I'm doing sign everywhere, so I'll do sign. I'll do sign. And then easing. Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's like spring. I think spring is something that I need to... That's what I'm looking for. And out. And then that's it. So if the transform is equivalent to identity, and alt mode, well, I guess I can actually say the transform should return a consistent value. So I'm going to save that as well. So when we load, okay. And then I want to say if weapon alt mode, if weapon is in alt mode, And let me say this. If alt interp is done, if target is not equal to 1, that means we've not started going into it. Then I'm going to say alt interp set target delta. Target should be 1. The delta will be the current value, or 1 minus the current value. So we should be going up. So whatever the current target is. And then initial value, just leave it where it's at. And I can say otherwise, if that is the target and alt interp is done, then I can just return at that point. Otherwise, I'm doing alt interp update delta. Update doesn't return a value. Update returns the next result, or the current value. So I guess I'll just call it progress. Updates. I need to double check. Yeah, returns current. Okay. So then I need to go between identity transform and alt transform using, well, first of all, if I'm in alt mode, if the target is not equal to 1, set target delta alt. It's whenever I toggle it. So whenever I change the value is what I do. So what I want to do is I want to get what order should this be in? The order here does matter, because what I'm saying is when I get alt switch time, this should return the time it will take to switch to the current alt mode. The current alt mode. I think that makes more sense. So I can say if alt mode is true, then I want to return how fast I go into it. If alt mode is false, then I return how fast I come out of it. So I do set alt mode, and then I can do alt interp duration will be equal to, well, first of all, I think I say reset. Reset to the current value, and then what options do I have? Yeah, I just set duration to so if I check this will set current to value. So what it does is we just pretend like we've stopped in place, right? This is what will happen. We effectively stop it. Wait. That doesn't reset the settings, though, does it? Yeah, it doesn't reset the settings. Okay. But it'll reset it'll pause any interpolation that's happening. We'll leave it at the current value, so we don't lose progress. Set target delta. Oh, it should actually be current. Yeah, okay. Leaves it at the current value. Cool. If alternate interpolation is done, which means our target was 1 and we finished, and we should be there, then we're there. And I guess in fact, what I can say is I could do like alt mode transform equals alt transform, just fix it to that. Now I'll leave it on is done. And then I check here if alt interp is done, then I'm just going to set the value. No, alt mode transform equals alt transform. And then I return, so I don't even use the value. And then otherwise I need to figure out how to interpolate this value. So I gotta look it up. Interpolate with weight. Returns the result of linear interpolation. Okay. I'm gonna go to their tutorial because they actually have a tutorial about this. Because there's a specific thing where the linear interpolation isn't very good. They say linear interpolation. Maybe they don't actually mean that. Maybe they don't actually mean that. It's probably 3D using transforms, and then somewhere in here interpolation. They've got something in here where they say how to interpolate. Alright, I guess I just gotta go look at the code and see if that is what it does. A transform 3D. Hopefully it's in here. Interpolate with. I see the slurp. There's the slurp. Okay, so this should be good. It should be good. So I'm gonna say is otherwise alt transform is going to be transform 3D identity, interpolate with alt transform, and then progress. Bang. Otherwise, we got to do a lot of the opposite stuff. If target is not equal to 0, we set our target to 0. And it will just be the negative current value. If it's done, we're done. We interpolate. If we're done, we're done. This will actually be identity. And then I just write... Oh. I'm writing this wrong. Alt mode transform. That would have been crazy. Wait, no, I think it's the same way. I think it's the same way. Progress is not like that. Progress is definitely the other way around. 0 will be this one. So it's still the same value. We're just going back in the other direction. Well, I think it actually does matter, to be honest. I think it actually matters which direction we're going in. So I'll say this. I'll do... this is going from 1 to 0. It's going from 1 to 0. And I want... It should just be flipped, right? I want 0 to become this one, so it becomes 1. And I want 1 to become this one, so 1 is this one. Because it's 0. Yeah, okay. That's alright. If we finish, we just set it, and then we're done. Okay. So we interpolate. In fact, I'll just combine it in here. It's a bit better. If it has alt mode, interpolate, multiply. Okay. So that should allow me to hit the button to flip back and forth, and I can spam it, and it just kind of, the weapon will stay where it's at in the transform process, but just reverse direction. And you know what? I think a better way to stall it. No, never mind. Never mind. That works. I'll say that has the look that I actually want. Because maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Okay. Oh, and then Alt needs to reset one of our swap weapons. Just throw that there. Reset to 0. But when I load it in, it will automatically do the interpolation. Like, say there's a, like, okay, in this case it would be, yeah, it's fine. I actually don't care about it. It'll kick off an interpolation immediately if it's different. Oh, I also need to say... What? I just noticed something that I do. Wait, no, I think these... Yeah, okay, these generate this every time. Never mind. That one does not. This one generates it every time. Okay, that's fine. So alt mode transform, I have to reset it as well. I also have to reset that. Because otherwise it's going to load in, and it might load in the wrong thing. Alt transform. If I like switch to, I don't know, some weapon that is persistent, will the persistent work if the target is not 1? So if we're in alt mode and target is not 1, which it will not be 1, it will be 0. So it's good. It'll immediately kick off an interpolation. And if it is 0, it'll just not do anything because it's already done. It's not alt mode, the target is 0, and we are done. So we just do nothing. Okay. That's good. Yeah, and the alt mode should only have rotation applied to it if it's going to mess with the normal aim. Like the grenade launcher. I'm gonna make it so that when you're in the grenade launcher mode, your gun's gonna angle up a little bit, so you're not shooting it straight. You get some arc built into it. So if you aim at a wall, the gun's gonna be a little bit higher than that. But it's more just for the left and right. The left and right will be correct. Alrighty. That's in. Toggle alt mode needs to be called. So if weapon alt is triggered, I need to stall it though. It needs to be a thing so that when you press it, update last input. Yeah, how do I stop myself from... Oh, it's alt mode just needs to be like flashlight, which is pressed. Which means fires once when the input is holding the input will not fire additional triggers. Like that. It needs to be like that. So weapon alt mode needs to have pressed. It's also on semicolon. Alright, that's what it is. Charge weapon. I might actually have charge weapon beyond window. Yeah, I just realized those are actually spams, isn't it? I didn't think of that. Yeah, switch weapon ammo is unpressed. Weapon alt mode is unpressed. I'll just leave it like that. That's how it should be. Make sure I save it. Cool. It's got path. Yeah, okay, that's all I gotta do. If it is pressed, then I can do if weapon node. Actually, I just call toggle. I literally just call toggle alt mode, and that's all I do. I just say toggle alt mode, and then that's it. And then there's no buffering. There's no input buffering on this. I can just say update last input. I really honestly don't remember what that's for, what that does. But I'll just leave it. And then I gotta read literally all that has to be reworked. Continue reload is false. Okay, so I guess I will set that. Sure. But no buffering. No buffering. You can't buffer the input. Or can you? Or can... No, it's just a toggle. It'll happen eventually in the future. Essentially, it can't fail. You can't fail to go in a toggle, or to go in a... to do whatever the alternate is. It'll just be... It will happen. It will happen. Though for the pistol, I will make it so that you can't fire during that animation. You'll be fully interrupted from input on the weapon. But you'll be able to switch. I believe in Counter-Strike, for suppressed weapons that you have the removable suppressor. You have to wait for the animation to... I think there's a... It's like a delay or something. You have to wait for the animation to reach a certain progress before the suppressor is fully off. Because I think you can press the button, switch out, switch back, and the suppressor will still be on. Or if you're putting it on, I think you have to literally let the whole animation finish when you put it on. But I think taking it off, it's about the time when it actually physically removes from the gun. Then you can switch out and switch back, and the suppressor will be gone. For me though, I want it to be instant. If I press tab, or semicolon or whatever, Z, if I press Z, then it's off immediately. I can switch out and switch back, and the suppressor will be gone. So I can spam it, switch out, switch back, and then it'll be on like... It's kind of like an RNG thing almost. However many times I pressed it. And it does cancel a reload continue, which a lot of these things do that. So... Yeah, alright. So weapon toggle alt is there. When does handle input get set to nothing? To false. I want to know what can set this to false. Oh. Captured mouse. Okay, right, of course. So if you're like in some sort of interaction thing where your mouse is detached, then we're not going to accept first person input. At least I think that's the idea there. We shouldn't be. Yeah, you don't look around. Oh, right, it's for like, for the type window. I can open the window to type things in the text box. And that technically maintains focus, but it doesn't. It stops capturing the mouse. So I don't want to allow things like any keyboard presses to get in the way. Start doing things. I don't want that. Revolver cannot be charged from a buffered trigger. It's because it charges as a part of a longer fire animation. Sure, that's fine. If actuated, does anything else use that? No, there's no reason, yes, there's no reason to do this. Because I can't fire from a buffered input, so there's no reason to do that. So I just take that out. Yeah, I actually just totally take that out. I just dropped that now. Because I treat primary fire like your finger's literally on the trigger. If your finger's not on the mouse, you're not gonna fire. Or on the mouse button, it's not gonna fire. unless a mechanism has already been activated by a previous press, which will fire because it was ready to. Oh, where am I at? So I have this almost there. Has alt mode, so I need to implement the other ones. So alt is alt mode persistent, that's already false. Get alt transform. Lower and closer to body. So I don't exactly know how this fan offset on top of the scene offset. Okay, so I guess it's just that. So I can do return transform 3D identity translated fan offset. And it's not persistent already, so it's fine. I do have to give it a switch time. So I wanted to go in pretty quick, but out not so quick. So if alt mode, and I'll make it an export. Time to switch into fan the hammer mode. Time to switch out. Then I just return these values. Fan into time. Fan out time. Okay. And so it should just be something in here where if I fire around, it does require a charge. So I guess what I do is I check if the round is not live. No. I do something here. If the hammer's cocked, I'm done. Otherwise, I turn it on. I tell the mechanism we are prime, and then I rotate the cylinder. And rotate cylinder, I think is just like, it's just a pause mod thing. Or a wrap. It technically is a pause mod, I think. But if emit updated. Yeah, so I think you just call it charge weapon. But if I'm already done, okay, so I think what I say here is I just say if alt mode charge weapon ensure weapon is always charged. So this will just do everything. It'll just do everything. And this makes a lot more sense. And then from there we continue on checking the current stuff. I tell the trigger mechanism to prime in that case. Although fire round, I'm not quite sure about this. Do I call that? Yeah, when does that get called? Because I need to tell it that we're primed. This is a special case. It should be like here. Oh, no. I call update trigger. Player updates the trigger. So we update the trigger. Weapon node comes in here. That is kind of a problem though. Because I don't get to tell this. Yeah, I say update can fire. And then I tick. And then down here I say on fire. But the problem is it can fire for the revolver weapon. You know what? I think... Oh, wait. I think what I say is I always return true, right? Yeah, I think I say I always return true for can fire. I know I just deleted that method. I definitely did. Because in here, down here, and I tell it to fire around, and this returns true if a bullet has actually happened. If an explosion has happened. So yeah, I think I just say can fire. Oh, it does. It does. So it does always return. Okay, it's a bit different. Get reserve total. I say that we can't fire. Okay. That needs to change. I did just get rid of it, and I'm pretty sure the method literally says for the revolver you can always fire it. So I'm just checking that. Oh, it is data, weapon, type, revolver. For the revolver, you can always put the trigger when cycled. So... In fact, I think I just want to say true. I think it's always true. That's right above... It's between can eject and can charge. That's right. That's what I wanted to look at, was where I had it. Can eject and can charge. Yeah, you can always pull the trigger for the revolver. Let me go look at the double action mechanism. Not UI. Or not just that, I want to look at trigger mechanism in general. I don't have an is ready anymore, right? Yeah, I don't use that. That's not a thing. Yeah, there's no such thing. Yeah, there's no such thing. So it really is just, it's always true. And in fact, I was going to say, it looks like I don't even check that, but I do. I check can fire. Should I just not even ask that question? I think I just don't even ask the question, actually. I think I just drop can fire completely. I don't even look here. I don't even look there. Yeah, I just drop it completely. I don't even check. Yeah, I literally don't, I just straight up will not check for double action. And then I guess my assumption there is that the system is a little bit more complex, and so it's expected. Yeah, it's more like, it's more with the revolver, the entire mechanism is, like I've said it before, very tightly bound to the position of the trigger. There's no, it's not like some other guns where the trigger is more like a release for a thing to spin around and then catch back. Or not even catch, but like, I mean, yeah, catch on, it'll basically, it's like a spring. It just goes bloop and it flips around and then it waits for the trigger to come back down. And then it notches forward again, and then the next time you pull, it'll flip it again. For the revolver, at least I think it's the Python mechanism, it's like hard bound to that trigger position. It'll do a whole bunch of stuff as you pull down, and then once you press, it does like some little, it does a click, and then the trigger coming back out spins everything back again. I guess it's kind of the same thing, but not really. Also, the trigger like gets like it's called half cock or something. If you pull the trigger far enough, it stops going back. It'll sit like halfway, and then a small additional pull will complete it. That's my assumption. There's nothing you're waiting to really spin around. It's all down to the trigger. For a real gun, you still could not technically, you couldn't feasibly pull the trigger fast enough to have a trigger pull where nothing happens, but it's possible. It is technically possible. That pulling the trigger before the weapon is fully ready will just do nothing. For the revolver though, it's as fast as you can pull the trigger, the weapon will fire. Quite literally. Okay, can fire. All of that. So now what should happen is the mechanism doesn't even check. First of all, it doesn't even check, but I return true anyway. Just to avoid some stuff outside of that, because otherwise it does a lot of this stuff, which is not necessary for the revolver. So then it comes in here. We say yes, we can fire, then fire round comes in here, and then if we're in alt mode, we force a weapon charge if it's not charged already. Which now I need to figure out how to make it so that actually, I kind of think it should work. There's definitely a bug with just picking up weapons in general right now. I think it's related to UI. So I'll find out what that is. Okay, there's a huge stutter there, but then it worked. Okay. I guess it's fine. Okay, the revolver died. Alright, invalid access to is fanning. Right. So now this is something that I don't even check. I think I don't even check this anymore. I think what I do is I probably just check if the weapon is... I mean, yeah, I guess I can do that. Weapon position. Weapon position, aim, look, return time. To this position using its current position. Weapon type, fan offset. Okay, so this is something I don't do. This is something I just don't do anymore. So I can take out weapon position entirely. That's all gone. Though I have a feeling... Yeah, do I ever update this? Oh, there's a target. Oh yeah, I guess each weapon has a different aim offset. Yeah, okay, so it's aim offset is what this does. But do I set duration? Yeah, I set duration. Okay. Right, but the weapon node handles alt positioning for me, so yeah, I don't do that. Update banning. Yeah, so none of this I should really be checking anymore. I shouldn't be running this. So yeah, let me... Everywhere that I'm doing a revolver or something, there needs to be some special stuff. I think... Okay. So I think... If we are not... If should aim and we are not aiming... Aiming is delayed. Charges if not charged. And cancels fan hammer state. Okay. So yeah, this one I don't do this. I shouldn't be doing this at all. I'll leave revolver aim time just to see what that's used for. Charges if not charged. And cancels fan hammer state. I wonder if... You know what I wonder? I wonder if I should tell the weapon about an aim, if an aim happens. If we are in aim mode. What logically... The only use case for it right now is that the revolver charges. But that doesn't actually kick off an animation. I have to tell the whole weapon node to charge. And currently... Weapon resource does not know that weapon node exists. It actually just doesn't. I think it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't know that weapon node exists. So... yeah. So this line, I'm just gonna call pass. If the weapon type is a revolver weapon, I don't obtain the weapon scene, in fact. I don't even do that, because I don't care. Um, cancels fan hammer state. Yeah, yeah, okay. So for the revolver aiming will cancel. You know what? I think I should really just do that. Because it's actually the case as well, I think, that aiming with the rifle. You know what I wonder? Does it make sense to be able to attach the grenade launcher to either the shotgun or the auto rifle? To be able to choose which one? I guess I need to know more about how an attachment like that really works, how it goes on. I'm thinking it's just a rail. It just clips onto a rail. And the rifle just has a bottom rail for it. But what if I make it so you can pick? Because I think that honestly sounds really cool. To be able to put it on the shotgun, so you just have both really loud noises, loud grenade and loud shotgun blast. So I guess in that case it just means that, dude, I actually want that. Okay, no, I do want that. Alternate fire mode is definitely more for some sort of alternate function, I guess. But then there's technically nothing stopping me from saying that the shotgun or the auto rifle could both be options for your grenade attachment. That's actually so cool. I like that. I need to allow that to be possible. I've never written it down either. I'm just kind of going off of memory right now. So I'm going to write this down. I'll put this down here at the bottom. As like almost a separate weapon, because it kind of is. Yeah, I'm going to write it all down. Very cool. Okay, so grenade attachment. I think webcam needs to be... I need to modify this a little bit. Yeah, I'll leave that up. Okay. The grenade launcher is an underbarrel attachment for either the shotgun or the automatic rifle. Oh, I also forgot. If I want... If I want the automatic rifle to have a fire switch, I don't know what they're called. If I want you to be able to switch between single fire and full auto fire, full auto is kind of a silly term to be honest, then I need to have something for alt fire where that is the alt fire mode. It's in your set. It's instant. So how do I make it so that I guess it'd just be something more custom for the rifle's mechanic. Okay, maybe it could be like ammo switch. Maybe I could bind it to ammo switch. It could be some kind of special thing where the setting the ammo to... This is actually kind of hacky now that I think about it. Because the eject... No, I can't. Never mind, I can't do that. I can definitely make it so it's on tab, though. I think tab probably makes more sense. Oh, then it would need to be on tab for the pistol. Okay, I'm gonna say alt mode is like you have your primary fire and then you have physically something different that you're doing with the gun. You position it differently, you're probably firing different things. Something, it's basically a switch in the whole set where what's happening is actually different. For the auto rifle to be able to switch modes, it should be like it is kind of like an ammo thing if you really think about it. You press tab, you're going from single shots to automatic shots. Is there a switch for single burst and automatic? I know that at least single and burst or single and automatic is possible. It might just be too complicated. It might just be like too much to fit into that. I think it's been done though. I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. It just sounds really complicated to make that work. A switch that goes between burst, auto, and single. Alright. Grenade launcher attachment, umbrella attachment for the shotgun or the automatic rifle. Yeah, let me think. Okay, so I think this is alt fire. It's not really an attack. I don't know. It's bothering me. I can't figure it out. Because now I have the case where I want the rifle to be able to support a grenade launcher attachment and fire switching. And so far I've been thinking they would be bound to the same button. That doesn't make any sense. It's not really possible. I don't want to cycle through it. That will be hard. There's no transformation applied to it. That's the big thing. There's a physical motion that's different with the gun. There's either an animation, the state of the weapon changes, like a physical thing is attached to it. But then if I do that, then I can't actually... I also won't be able to have... I could have it be a long press somehow, where short press is just a switch of the... I kind of don't like that, though. I don't like long and short press. I mean, I guess it's possible, right? A long and short press. It'd have to be a really long press, though. It'd have to be like a half-second press or something to switch. But then that feels bad. That would feel bad. I don't want to like sit there and hold Z down to switch. If I've decided to put the grenade on the rifle, and I've been playing the game that I'm switching back and forth between full auto and single a lot, then just auto and single, then I don't want to start thinking about... Now I'm like, alright, well, if I want the grenade, now I have to hold down the button. Or perhaps it might even be a case where I actually do just want the switch, and for some reason I'm just deciding to hold down the button, because maybe that's just part of like how I'm used to it or something. Like press it and I hold down a little bit longer than a second, or a half second. Because then that'll get in the way. And then I might think, now I don't want to have it on the rifle because it's annoying. Because I keep switching into the grenade thing, and now I've accidentally swapped to my grenade, and I just shot it when I just wanted to do a single shot or something. That'd be obnoxious. So... And I don't want the wheel. I don't want a wheel. I don't want to have... I don't want to say hold Z, and then you pop up a wheel that's like full auto, or auto, single fire, burst, grenade. That's just dumb. I don't like that. Because if I do put it on tab, then that takes away my ability to add in special ammo types for the rifle, which I think would be cool. You can't switch between your special ammo types because tab has like always been your ammo swap. It's always your ammo swap. I could literally put it on alt too. You know what I think I might do? I might switch it around. I might do this. And by might, I mean I definitely am. So, flashlight... no longer will you be on this. You will be on T. That's T, by the way. Also, the thing changed? What? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. This should be R, key R. Is that a, wait, that's a cache thing, isn't it? I think I need to delete the cache. Alright, I figured it out. Quit. I figured it out. I know what's going on. Hello? Hello? Vim failed to open? That's crazy. Editor... Is it imported? Oh, it is. Alright, cool. Maybe it's not. I'm looking for like key, what is that, E or something? That's literally not going to be helpful at all. Oh, maybe it is. Okay, it's not searching those ones, so never mind, it's not helpful. Arrow, would it be like key? Did I pass it? I did. What could it be? Is it like, is it generating it? Is it generating it? I think it is. I can't view pictures apparently. I think it is putting it somewhere actually. But where is it putting it? Cache key. Return this thing. Really? Okay. So it is putting it somewhere. It's in this like big E section. Where is it putting it? It's not here. Cache key. Where's it putting it? It's got to be putting it somewhere. I was gonna say it could be here, but I don't think so. Maybe it is here. Alright, let me see where cache key is called, I guess. Icon maker user guide cache. Ah, okay. I do know where user is actually. I know where that is. Just give me a second. I'll go get rid of that. Wait, where was it? User. It's not here? Huh. Okay. I don't know where it is. Okay. Cool, there we go. Alright, I found it. I just delete the whole folder, I think. There we go. Alrighty, it's gonna regenerate those. I don't know why, I don't know how the images would have broke, but they did. So it should be back. Bam, there they all are. Yeah, I don't know why that broke. It's really odd. Okay. Because like this one was weird because this one kind of worked. Well, I guess it wasn't showing this one. This icon, it was just showing this one. But why were these renders though? Like the mouse was renders. Joy 9? Axis stick. The hell? Trigger right renders as that. What's SDL? SDL max. Okay, whatever. Because this actually had a trigger icon, right? Or did it? I don't know. Maybe... No, this one had an actual button. Yeah, okay. So I think what that means is I go to project settings, I scroll all the way down, click editor. Use that and use Microsoft controller. There we go. Because that's familiar. Those are icons actually make sense instead of showing another stick icon. Okay. Okay, right. That was a distraction. Yeah, I was thinking about alt mode. Oh, right. That's where I was at. So flashlight is changing to T, and then Q is now going to be Q. Yeah, because tab is ammo type switch. Q, I think, should be... Yeah, I'm going to bind Q to weapon alt mode, and then fire select. Actually, it'll only be on that, so maybe I just bind this one to Q. That's Q, by the way. Alright, so I bind that one to Q. For weapon alt mode. And then fire select, I think I will have put that on Z. So let me go ahead and make the action so I have it, because that's something I've forgotten a long time ago. And I actually need to have that. You know what I can do? Because this is all first person, but a lot of this is actually weapon related. What I can do is I can make it a new context called weapon, because I have camera. And the reason the camera is there is so that I can have camera between for different things. Okay, if I need to in the future, I'll pull it out. But for now, I don't need to. So I'm just going to keep making it. And this will be called weapon ammo switch. It'll be weapon I'll call it select switch. Weapon select switch. Weapon alt mode. Switch fire mode. And I put this on Z. That is Z, by the way. I know it's all like period, apostrophe, semicolon. That's just my keyboard layout. It's showing me it's showing me the resulting character that I pressed, but as you can see up here, it says key Z. This is bound to the physical key press. And that'll also just be pressed. What's the point of name? The name of the action required when this action should be used as a Godot action also displayed in the debugger. It actually uses display name for that. Why is that back on? I did fix that. I turned that off for these. They all got turned back on? How did I miss that? Actually, how did I miss that? Because I went through everything. Did I not commit that change? I definitely did. Did I miss that? Alright, well, I have to do this. If I can find it. Behavior. Tabs. Switch. Because they operate with those. They operate with that. Does it? Why does it fail to... Cannot inherit from weapon resource. That's just funny. It just decided to do some parts and not other parts. Whatever. How did I... Like, literally, how did I miss that? Because I looked at every single line. I straight up did. Never mind. I won't save it. Just freaking turn them all off. Oh, make sure they're all off. I can't imagine a more tedious and annoying thing. Turn that off. Right, and then I think I need to make this one be that as well. So key T, I'll just sample it. T. Did I mess these up? I kind of did. I'll figure it out later. Okay, that's good. All right. Yeah, I should just stop making code changes to that unless I know for a fact I want the code changes. Like, it's something fundamental to it. So far, you know, I'll say that. So far, there's not been anything fundamental, that decision that they've made, that I think should just be changed or taken out. Not like Turing 3D, where I have my whole branch because there's just so many things I've changed on it. Okay. That's all in there. Right, change this back. Uh, right, okay. I still have things. I still have Revolver here. Yeah, I can just take that out completely. I don't know yet if I need to keep that. Aim starting. It looks like I'm just putting it up here. Aim starting true, and then I say special revolver input charges is not charging, cancels fan hammer state. So then I say toggle alt mode to turn it off. Okay. What's the issue here? Delta is not used now? Cool. Then we don't call it. This is next placed. Update fanning. I think I just say... I think I can just kind of say... Where's this called? I think it's pretty far down. That's, nope. 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 Pick up item. Spin to next revolver. When is this called? I think I might just want it so that I can physically rotate the cylinder if I want to at some point. Which will be nice to be able to do that. Where's update weapon node? Here it is. Weapon alt, toggle alt mode, update last input, and then I guess I can say here, special revolver behavior, give aim recoil reduction in alt mode. I guess I should just do set aiming to weapon alt mode, actually, is all I do. So whenever we toggle it, we do that. So then I can take this out. I should be able to take this out. Yeah, this should just drop out entirely now. So yeah, I just don't do that anymore. Update aiming. Aim is aiming. Aim ending. If should aim and can aim. So I'm feeling like there's probably a situation here where, yeah, if weapon alt mode, aim ending, set aiming false, set aiming true, aim starting. So, okay, so it is just that aim will cancel it. But this does allow the set aiming part to stay in there. If I'm aiming and I press the button while aiming, I think it probably just kind of, I think it just kind of does nothing because the aim cancels it. But I don't really like that. I think if you press alt mode while aiming, yeah, like up here, aim is triggered. Because now it's the case where I can do both of these at the same time. I can aim and then press the alt mode switch. And that will do it, but it won't cancel the aim it needs to like effectively turn off aim until I... I guess it's actually fine. I think it will. Because the way that it works is it also asks if we can aim. Could be aiming right now. Which looks for the weapon scene. Which I believe this will return false if we're in the fan state. So yeah, it says we can aim and walk, idle, fire, charge, fire, double, fire, empty. None of the fan ones, right? So if we're in, if we started the fan stuff, then it denies the aim, so it will cancel it. Though unfortunately, it looks like it actually turns it off too. Now that I look at it, it looks like it turns it off. Because we go into aim ending. Okay, so I guess I have to check here. If aim ending. If aim is aiming. So if I'm currently aiming, and then I press the button for the revolver, we go into alt mode. Should aim, can aim, probably, I'm going to assume this still returns true. But we are already aiming, so that's fine. So yeah, then we come out of it. We only come out of it if we're already in it. So here what I need to say is... special revolver case, alt mode uses aim. Recoil reduction. So I just so if I'm coming out of the aim because I press the button, then I leave this on. Do nothing. So we just turn that off. We just don't disable it when we pop out of aim for that button press, because it should just keep it. So it's an update weapon node. Yeah, weapon alt, set aiming to that. Okay. Yeah, the reason is the order that this happens in is this gets called. We set alt mode, we turn on aiming, and then the next tick we come in here. Yeah, so we set it, we update it here, and then the next tick we come into here to update aiming, and then we're just gonna assume that the right trigger is still being held. Can aim. I'm just gonna assume that it, yeah, it probably returns false. So then what happens is it comes in here and it says, all right, we need to stop aiming, and then this will flip it back off. So we won't maintain that. But I wanted to maintain that. We reset all of this, but I want to maintain that. So, yep, we just leave it. Just do nothing. Okay. Oh, no. Not do nothing. And alt mode is enabled. If alt mode is disabled, then I definitely want to set aiming to false. So. Okay. Still continuing with Revolver. With the Revolver, only use the longer buffer if we are charging. This happens when aiming auto charges, which is longer than the buffer. If fire can buffer, defaults to 0.8. Otherwise, we do 0.13. Aim recoil reduction when in alt mode. Rotate to 1 after the highest live round index. This is just logic stuff. And that's it. Okay. I've pulled a lot of code out of that. So now I think it's getting... Now I need to somehow get... Or make sure, I guess, that... the UI and the weapon scene are synchronized. Because this has stuff that it should not have anymore. There's things here that it shouldn't know about. I might even say, first of all, it just shouldn't know about the Revolver entirely, in fact. So I will just drop out the Revolver piece, and instead I will use I just have these is round live. Why does it need to know if the round is live? It needs to be given the reserve and ammo state. Revolver ammo. I could load it into this. It needs to know this for... It's part of its animation, and the animation is also logical. Actually, it's not so logical. It's more just about rotation. So we keep spinning until we find an ammo slot that we would like to dump. Let me look at UI. Let me see what shotgun does, because I think shotgun's in a much better state. Yeah, because we just call update. And that handles everything. That's when you're given it, and you can do stuff with that. So Revolver should be the same way. Update is given the information that it needs, and then that's just where it stops. Port marker 3D. Hide unload port. Port. Yeah, because, yeah, so it should just be given. Revolver ammo is revolver gets supported ammunition. Really? Okay, that's funny, because this should just be revolver ammo then. In fact, I don't even know why that's like that. It should just be written this way. Yeah, it's quite silly that I was writing it like that. Okay. State updated. I believe state updated. Yeah, I believe state updated. Special signal for the scene to handle any state changes. For the scene. Special signal for the scene. Rotate cylinder. State updated, state updated, state updated. All of that. Okay, so unfortunately, what should happen is that the weapon node listens to this and does something there. No, because how... Yeah, so how does the UI know this? Because this is when you fire. When you fire, it gets an update. So this is just silly. It's actually just silly. Weapon resource already has a signal. Or I guess not a signal, but like an emit changed or something. I guess not. So let me go find fire round. Huh. On weapon fire. Emit updated. Weapon updated emit. Whoops. Weapon updated to update weapon HUD. So it should just be that, yeah, some of these things need to claim that has been updated. I think it's just the case that resources have this changed. Is not emitted automatically for properties of custom resources. If necessary, a setter needs to create to emit the signal. So I think just what I do is I probably weapon node emit updated. Weapon updated. If this returns true, then I want to emit updated. Right, but I want to like, yeah, so I want to consolidate it down to only when I want it to do after everything. Well, actually, no, maybe, I think it should probably be an immediate thing, right? But I do consolidate it so I can fire twice, but emit one update. Yeah, no, that makes sense to consolidate it. On weapon charged. Emit update. On weapon uncharged. It's not. This is only called by a revolver scene after it has set the revolver hammer to the uncocked state. Really? How? How does on-weapon uncharge work? Oh, weapon scene uncharged connect to that. Okay. What? Oh. It's out here, I think. Yeah. Emit uncharged. Which is, yeah. Has used rounds, yeah, so I think I just have to save these values. Mixed reserve is what? Okay, we'll never know. Mixed reserve is a packed in 32. Packed N32 array. Yeah. And then cylinder ammo state is unique to this one. A packed byte array. Okay. Cylinder position. Angle. So I'm reading, yeah, so I am reading in the revolver cylinder position. State updated. Eject round. So I'm pretty sure on a lot of this stuff, on round ejected, weapon updated, so that causes a UI update, so I don't need to worry about that. So let me just start, yeah, I guess let me go through these and pull ones out that I don't need. Because eject round, it's guaranteed to return true at this point, so I don't need to have state updated there. I guess let me find all the state updated. Okay, if I... This is inside of load rounds. Weapon type load rounds. Let me just search for load rounds to be sure about it. On weapon type round loaded, weapon updated. Oh wait, is that the only? No, then I call load rounds and then I also say update weapon HUD. Perfect. Okay. So I can also drop it from here. This is guaranteed to emit an update whenever I call it. Unload rounds, I believe should be the same thing. On weapon round unloaded. It's just equivalent to eject, which emits an update if we do anything. So that's good. So that just means if revolver weapon returns true for weapon type eject, eject round, empty port, nothing happens. Otherwise, I'm guaranteed to return true, so then I don't need to emit an update here. Okay. Fire round. Updated ammo. I don't rotate here. The charge is fine to skip for fire. Skip an update for, because that's just like weapon UI. Or, yeah, it's just if the HUD is going to get an update. Wait, state updated. Hang on. State updated means that I get a call into here. That's... Whoops. No, but it also means I get... Wait. Update ports, update cylinder spin. Oh. I was thinking about this the wrong way. the scene needs to be told about something. I do this on weapon round ejected. I do have a call to the scene there. Okay, so I don't entirely tell the scene about stuff. I could, though. Yeah, I think what it is that this thing will just check if the scene needs an update, and then it will tell the scene about the update. Is the case here. So if ever I do this, weapon scene eject round. It might be the case where I need to know about this before I can do that. Eject round. Okay, so I think what happens... I mean, I gotta find it. Here it is, eject round. Oh no, it doesn't need to know anything about the revolver here. It's specifically, I'm specifically telling it, hey, eject the round with this value. Revolver doesn't have anything for eject. Yeah, it doesn't do that. However, here... it does do this. Emit magazine unloaded. This is part of an animation. Then I call emit magazine unloaded. Ah, no, it's fine. No, it's actually good. Because then I go into weapon, into revolver, and I tell it to unload everything. Alright, actually, it just unloads the rounds that are dead, is what it does. It leaves live rounds. And then there's a case where unload a round. I think it already works like that, actually. Weapon resource just does unload round correctly. Alright, time for auto. I think it's actually an eject round. Never mind. It's eject round. All spent rounds are ejected before removing live rounds, so it should always replenish stock on a non-empty port. If a chambered round was ejected. Revolver tried to eject a dead round. This is a mistake. Yeah, okay. Huh. That's handled there. There's too many things for me to keep track of. I just got lost now. I don't know where I'm at. I was looking here to check where I can drop revolver weapons state updated thing. So fire round. I only do state updated for that. I mean, UI actually already works, so I can actually Yeah, anywhere that I'm dropping state updated is a location that the weapon scene needs to receive an update. So I could do like alt mode, where I have a function that returns true when the scene is loaded. That just says, yeah, I want to know about state changes to the weapon. Like, you know, give me an update about that. Because yeah, there needs to be an update method in here, right? I guess there's not actually. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That's exactly what I need. It needs to be able to be provided the weapon node itself when the weapon node changes. And from there I cache things. I think that's done. I think what I just saw there is actually done. Yeah, so this is not given, but it needs to know. It does need to know. So I guess I can put this at the bottom. I hate this word. I've never been able to figure it out. I still can't figure out how to remember how to spell this word. Like, how can I remember how to spell that word? This one's just, I can't figure it out. If this scene needs updated weapon nodes, if this scene needs the weapon type, if this scene is the weapon resource for visual updates. Honestly, I think what I do, is it cheap? If I consolidate it, right? If I consolidate it, then it's fine. If I consolidate it. So I think I actually just say nothing, and I should just do on weapon updated. Handles visual scene changes when the weapon state changes. Implemented per weapon scene. Then you, I just ignore. Just ignore it. So now weapon node, anytime I do stuff like this, On magazine unloaded calls back into it. Okay, so yeah, it's fine. Weapon seen on weapon updated. Weapon type. So I'm just writing this in a bunch of places. On round loaded. Yeah, so I'll just do, yep, I just do that. Weapon updated, and then I tell it to eject the round. Actually, I really should do it up here. Anytime I'm emitting weapon updated. And then I guess I actually go back here and I find this. So fire round. If this happens, then I do that. Why? This is if I turn it off, then I do an state. That's just odd. I think that's just a little bit odd, I think. Actually, no, I guess it's not. Huh. I guess what I do is I just say updated ammo equals true. And I'll note this. Note. This tells the weapon node to update the scene. That's all that really does. And then returning true. All that means for fire. Oh. Nope. Nope. So this is a conundrum. This has changed the state of the weapon without actually firing around. But this doesn't create an impulse. This shouldn't technically create the impulse all on its own. The impulse is something else. I turn it on. On weapon of fire. On weapon of fire emit updated. Ah. Return false, return false. This is meant to be the true thing. So I say and then what should really happen here is actually different. This should say like do impulse or something. One sec, I gotta fix the window. Okay. Update scene with new hammer states. I'm actually gonna move it up. Okay. Out of ammo, emit. I think what this does is it just turns that off. I think that's all that does. On weapon empty. Yeah. And this is actually incorrect because you could fire 2 bullets and you just don't apply the impulse. So I'm going to pull that out completely. On weapon empty, you go away. No more of that. Does this do anything different? This is what it does here. Nah, yeah, it does. It's a bit different. It's a little bit different. By a little bit, a lot. Because I can't even tell what is carried over from the other side. Like, literally nothing is carried over. It's very different. Oh, and then, well, charge weapon. It does call state updated. So that means I say if the hammer is not, yeah, if the hammer is not, yeah, if alt mode and not, and then I say updated ammo equals true. Then I see if the hammer is cocked. Oh, maybe that already handles it, actually. Maybe that already handles it. Because this is in the same tick. Which means if this set it to true, it's going to set the false, which means that's going to happen. Yeah, okay. So that's actually good. Because it'll turn this off. Yeah, I think I don't even need to note that, honestly. I think it's pretty obvious what's going on there. And yeah, what should happen is this recoil. For now, it's going to be broken. It's going to recoil even if you fire without the hammer. So yeah. Note, or I'll actually do like to do change recoil system to be impulse based. The round firing. Fire round returns if the ammo state changed. The result of this method should have no impact on recoil. Yeah, so I just say that. And then instead of returning true weapon fire, I return updated. Returns true if the weapon state changed. And that's what this is used for. If on weapon fire, emit updated. Returns true if the weapon state changed. That's what it's used for. Yes, this just needs to be redone too. A right to do. Yeah, I'll actually mark this all as like to do. Okay. So now that's good. If emit updated, weapon scene, update on weapon updated, weapon type. Weapon charge, weapon type charge weapon. Actually, what I can do, I think I can just do this, and then it's going to tell me, hey, you need that here. Rotate cylinder. Rotate cylinder. So, rotate cylinder, I gotta find where this happens. Revolver rotate cylinder, so there I need to tell the weapon scene about this. Hold deferred. Are we serious right now? What the hell? Okay, odd. Very odd. That's all the weapon scene stuff. So that's different. Uh-oh. It's okay. That's pretty spaghetti, though. That's not correct. There is feedback where I can do callbacks that say, hey, we've updated, or we would like to do something. This is not correct, I think. It should be the other way around. It should be that the rotation happens logically immediately. Which should be a callback. Yeah, it can't do that. How do I do this? I guess it just needs to be a special thing for that. Where the weapon node is aware of this type and hooks into a signal, and it passes that signal on to the revolver without triggering a scene update, because the assumption is that the scene's already there. Actually, wait, no, rotate cylinder. Oh, hang on a second. Rotate cylinder does emit by default. We emit update, which means we actually end up calling back. No, because I call false there. Does weapon node know about different weapon types? Does it have any concept of a weapon type? Is. It does. But this is that special case already for the revolver. It already knows it for the revolver, but it otherwise has no clue. Okay. So I don't think so. I think what needs to happen is it needs to be unbound from the animation, and the animation is just supposed to try to match itself. The scene is trying to represent the logical changes that are happening on the revolver weapon. The scene in the animation should not be doing things. I have some exceptions. I don't have exceptions, actually. Well, no. I don't. I do have an exception. It's for these things. Some animations do this, but they're just signals, right? They don't care. They're not really causing any logic to happen. The logic is out here, right? Whoops. The logic is out here. Then I say weapon charge. Right. And then I update the scene about that change. So this is a case where the animation can cause logical changes, but it doesn't actually, it's not it's not physically making it happen, right? That's a big part of it. It's not actually making it happen. So I mean, I guess Weapon Node does have to know about this, because I can't think of a way where I say it has to be a signal. First of all, it's got to be a signal. Definitely needs to just be a signal. And all I do is I just emit the signal the number of times that I need the cylinder to rotate. That's how it works. Because if I look at it, what it does is it rounds it and then does that. So really what I should do here is I would say round it, and then the number of times is like a signal that's like rotate or something. A rotate cylinder signal. A very special signal on this one only. I'm more okay with that than anything else. I'm okay with that. So it's after the constants, and it's before exports. So let's do that. After the constants, before exports. Signal. And then I guess I actually just have it. I'll just leave it the same way where I tell it where it's going. So it should be, I can just say int. Yeah, I'll say steps int. Unique signal to request electrical cylinder position rotation. And then down here, that's what I do. I just say, and then I would get on Revolver updated, which would call update cylinder spin, which at that point, this is when I read in the value and I assign the rotation to that. Yeah, okay, so that's good. Cancel animation if the cylinder position changes. If we're not done. Yeah, so when we get cylinder spin, we're instantly applying it. That's what's happening. We're instantly applying it. We're not doing interpolation. Okay. And then I can skip the update cylinder spin because I'll get that callback later. So I can say rotate cylinder, emit cylinder interp target. That's all I do. And then I don't need that call there. Process. Okay. Yeah, this is just cached. If it's done, apply rotate cylinder. Alright, so what I do is somewhere down here I have on weapon updated. Yep, just like that. So this should be all the... It's just this for now. And then this connection does not happen. What's up with the rotate cylinder? Same name? Oh, it does. Okay, but rotate cylinder is never called? Is this an animation then? Not there. There it is, rotate cylinder. Okay. So actually what I will do is I will use, I'll call it cylinder rotated. There we go. And now it's okay. That doesn't happen. No signals. This will not happen. But I will do weapon, that, and then I need to pull out some other things. So I need cylinder ammo state. I also need cylinder position. I'm assuming it's just an integer. I have to go find out. It is an integer. Mixed reserve. I cut that out. It'll just be mixed. Mixed reserve. Yeah, there's been a lot of spaghetti here. Okay. What is revolver ammo? It's supported ammo. Yes, let me change this to supported. The revolver, we can simply go through all the ports and eject them. That's a fine use of the word revolver there. Wow, revolver is now no longer a name. Cool. So I need to do get supported ammo. And then I do this. So now I can write. Well, the first thing I need is I need cylinder position. get mixed reserve. Yeah. Does Revolver weapon just have like a gets for these? I also need to know about this, I think. Do I? I'm actually not sure if I need to know that or not. Doesn't return it anywhere. Okay. So I just have to pull it. Anything else? Is fanning, I guess, is round live? Is round live? Is round live? Why does it need to know this? Okay, so that doesn't make sense. Unloading like this is always it's always live. Or yeah, it's always live. So yeah. It's always live. So I can just say that. I'll just do a note. In this case, it makes sense maybe. But it's actually looking at the ammo state of the current, of where the cylinder is currently at. So in this case, is round live should be cylinder ammo state, cylinder position is positive. Yeah, so I'll just do that. Well, actually, no, is round live. I can just read it in. I can just read that in. That's fine. That makes sense to check. Or to save. Because it's possible to... You know, it's possible for that. So is round live equals... Holds ammo extend state, 1 for 0 for used, 1 for unused. And I'll just do a bool because it takes an integer. Okay. This unload out spin. Okay, so this is hammer state. And then is fanning. Go to fan, is fanning is true. Yeah, so this is more not that. Not that. Fire fan empty. Okay, so same thing. His fanning is the weapon alt mode. Okay. Alright, so let me run through these supported ammo. Is set there. His fanning is cocked, his round live. Mixed reserve. Set there. And then cylinder ammo state and cylinder position are loaded in correctly. Okay. And I'll just do else, I guess. Cylinder ammo state. Resize to that. Should just be zeros as well. I guess you can write cylinder ammo state. Fill with 0. And then yeah, let's do these in order. Position, ammo state. Okay. So I believe we iterate this using range ports, right? Yeah, range ports. Range ports. That's saving it. Yep. So, okay. Okay, on weapon updated. So now I just need to make sure that revolver weapon does not use this. Weapon node needs to tap into this. So and I don't think no, I do have to disconnect them. So then I can say if weapon scene is revolver weapon scene, then what I should do is I should say weapon rotated, cylinder rotated, disconnect, sure. And then if this is a revolver weapon, it's more just looking at this. If weapon scene is a revolver weapon scene, because yeah, this is all about weapon scene, so now I'm not checking the weapon type in here in a strange way. So I'll just do this here. On cylinder rotated, accepts a steps integer, and then if weapon type is revolver weapon, weapon type, rotate cylinder, steps. And then emit updated. Rotate. False. False. It's always called with false there. Alright, let me look at rotate cylinder. See if I ever call rotate cylinder with true. Or just without anything. I call it on player. Okay. So I do still need it. If emit updated, so somehow I need to get a call out to weapon node. That's actually not the case, really, if I think about it. This is only in player, which means that if I call rotate cylinder, player I call rotate cylinder. This is in revolver spin to next. So I think in fact what I do is I just say this. Just say update HUD equals true. Update equals true, and then if update HUD, update weapon HUD. Spin to next. And then I just don't. Yeah, it's just gone now. This can't emit an update. So yeah, charge weapon just does that. And then weapon node on weapon charged should notify Okay, and then I think I gotta go back here and oh wow. Okay. Is it all just setting that? And then those got changed as well. Yeah, this should just be setting everything to be that. Oh, then I changed the key. But I'm going to exclude that. Or am I? Because the sub-resource ID changed. Huh? Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just doing it. All right. I swear I typed in DA and it filled in with add-ons. Okay. Data, inputs. Was there? I did change weapon alt. That's fine though. It's gonna be a little broken this commit, but I just have to commit this. So update input actions, disable blocking everywhere. Cool. Okay. Okay, now I want to look at where I need to look at data, data weapon. So where that I call state updated. So rotate cylinder, I can't do that there. I have a state updated in eject round, so I need to make sure that on round ejected is telling the weapon scene about the update. Indeed it is. Okay. So that's good. State updated in charge weapon. So on weapon charge, good. State updated in onload rounds. Unload rounds, good. And then state updated from fire round. On weapon fire, return updated. Used to consolidate weapon firing updates. Emit updated. There it is. Okay. Okay, so now do I test it and see? I would have to, yeah, so in order to make that work, or to know that it's working, I have to go to the mesh and turn off some things. I think I actually just leave this, yeah, so I leave the whole cylinder on. I think I just hide the frame and the grip. So then I can just see the cylinder. Okay. And now presumably I test it and figure out what I've missed. Because there's a lot. There's a lot to fix there. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna turn that off. I don't need to see this. I shouldn't need to go full screen. It should be really clear. Okay, so first of all, it didn't get the update right away. So it wasn't immediately notified about the state of the weapon. What should have come down here, because what should have happened is oh wait, revolver spin to next. Oh, hang on. Revolver rotates cylinder. Okay, so I think the secret here is instead of doing that, I actually do what Weapon node. On cylinder rotated. I think I actually am supposed to do that. And then on cylinder rotated calls rotate cylinder. Yeah, and then I'm supposed to actually pass it back to the weapon scene. Weapon scene on weapon updated. Okay. So now it should, I pick up the revolver and the cylinders are correct. Because it comes preloaded, but it just doesn't show it, which is fine. So we're preloaded. We're here. Grab all the ammo. So I'm just gonna click. I mean, the cylinder rotates and it looks really good. So I fire. So now I can't see it. Now I can see it. Yep. See, now it says it's using the correct thing. You can see there's a dimple on it. On the back of it. So the rotating seems to be working. So I'm going to press the unload. At the unload. It drops it. It pulls one out. It closed it. Seems to be pretty working perfectly. So let's try this. I swap out of it and swap back to it and see that the state. Okay, so now that didn't work. Okay. You know, I think it's just that the weapon node probably needs to tell this when we load in to like on scene loaded needs to tell it about that. Load weapon scene. Yeah, I think it needs to load it immediately. Because it should be loaded in this order. Weapon type should be ready? Question mark? Alright, let's say load weapon scene does not. Call anything, and instead I call it out here. Yeah, because I kind of don't like this being here. So let's cut those two out. And instead, let's go here where I call it. If not weapon type, return. I will say weapon scene go to ready. Then otherwise down here, I can set everything up, and then I do weapon scene on weapon updated, weapon type, so I provide at the end, and then I can say weapon go to ready, and I'll actually just skip this here, just skip that. So we give it all the information, and then we tell it about the weapon, and then we ask it, go to ready. Okay. So now this should work. When I swap in and away from it. If I do that. Although the hammer isn't pulled back. So why is that the case? Yeah, how is the revolver handling this already? It kind of can't. Maybe that's been a bug for a while. That might be like a long-standing bug, to be honest. This should just have an animation. So that is a long-standing bug, isn't it? I don't know how to fix that. I could just use a one-frame animation. Because I believe I use cylinder rotate like this. I grab the animation. So I collect the animation. And then I just obtain the value and I play it. I manually play it through code. Okay. So I think I do this. I think I look at charge and I can just grab, I think, the last frame of this animation for the axle and apply that to the axle manually so that it snaps to the right spot. Alright, hammer axle, unique name. And yeah, so that's what I do. So not in process, but in update. I'll just have a method that's like update hammer or something. Force hammer axle to match state. So so yeah, if I can say this and I can do var animation. Yeah, animation tree get animation. Okay, so I don't have one for reset. Which is actually kind of nuts that I don't have one for reset. Oh yeah, I'm doing an animation tree. I'm doing animation tree get animation. Which runs in here. There is no reset. I think I can grab the animation library. animation player. It's a node path. Well, that's just annoying. Can I just get the thing itself? Nope. Okay. It's actually really stupid, to be honest, that it works that way. So then I do get animation, and it's just gonna be, I just know it's reset. Actually, no. This is the wrong way around. Else. Try pass. First frame of the reset animation for hammer. Okay, so then I can start reading this. So I do Bezier track interpolate, track ID. Okay. Track ID. It is the first track. But I need to search by this name is what I really need to do. Actually, you know what? I think... Oh, hang on. I think I might have it. Is this already 0? It already has 0 rotation. So hammer axle 0 rotation is its downstate. So I actually don't read this at all. So 0 rotation for axle. So I just do hammer axle rotation. It is the X. Just that. Okay. So I'm going to say last frame of I'll just do this, I think. The cylinder rotate, I set it. I have it specific. And I think charge, I'm going to do the same thing. I think I just make it so that this frame here I mean, it's been physically applied too, so it's 40 degrees. Yeah, because things, I don't know the track, right? I actually don't know the track. Anim Bezier track interpolates. Okay, I need to figure out how to obtain this information. I need something that returns an int. Find track, path, a node path, and then a track type. The index is specified track type. It's position 3D. Is this rotation 3D? What? I think it's none of these, actually. Is it? Of a Bezier track. I think it's not any of this. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I say Bezier 6. Yeah, I do say Bezier. Alright. No, I've actually got it. I know how to get the path. So, so I need to get the track. Or find track. And I have a node path to hammer axle, get path. And I'm actually adding... What? Because if I... Okay, so if I look... I don't even do that. If I look at this, that's the path. Mesh, proto mesh, hammer, axle, rotation X. That's the full path. So should I do like relative? Returns the relative path from this node to the specified node. So I think... Yeah, okay. So what I want is... Get path to hammer axle. And this is not good, I think, because this like overrides something. And then somehow I need to add this extra bit at the end. Yeah, I need to add these. I guess I just have to create it. I don't know. Plus that. So I get the track ID. Now I have the track ID. And now I have the value. Busy track interpolate. Track ID. Enum duration. Enum time. What? Length. Okay. And then I just do returns -1 if track ID -1 failed to set hammer position of revolver track not found. Okay. That should work. Let's see it. So we're there. Grab a different gun. Here, back, and it's not pulled back. Oh, because I don't call update hammer. My bad. Stuck on the edge. Okay. And cannot call method find track and a null value. Uh-huh. You didn't like that. Oh, you didn't like this. Charge. Huh? What? How does that work? Is it not? Ah. 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 Okay. Okay. Interesting. 2 errors. Yeah, animation not found, charge, whatever. All right. Now we work. Now it works. Awesome. Okay. Oh, I can turn fast enough to see if it's changing right there. Yep, there's the dimple. I see it. It's like weirdly hard to get that to work. All right. Revolver seems like it works. So now does this work? Alt fire. I'm pressing the button, it's not doing anything. Okay. Awesome. That's pretty big. That's I'm gonna send it right now because of how much this is. And I would really hate to lose it after all of this. So I don't think I really need to look at any of this. I think you just have to send it. And then I will find out more later if it's worked. Correctly or not. Fix it as I go. Okay, so environment is still doing that? Are we serious? Can we get real? I literally don't understand why I need to save it multiple times to get environment to go away. Oh, now terrain material wants in. Okay. Terrain material also bugged out. Be very, very careful. Restore environment terrain material. Okay. Definitely untangled a lot of stuff. It was great. Now there's a single obvious entry point where say update weapon and I just read in all the values and I store them. I don't know if they're copies. I think they're technically not copies. Yeah, they're not copies until I modify them, and then I think they become copies at that point. The packed stuff is weird. They pass by reference, but when you modify it, it's no longer a reference. Unless you got it as a reference. I don't know. It's weird. Weird stuff happens. Okay. Why is there a method get cylinder rotation that just returns cylinder spin rotation Z? Why is that method there? Oh, because it asks from the scene, which is fine. Yeah, that's okay because the UI follows the animation. That's fine. That's fine. It does feel a bit weird though. That doesn't seem right. But it is animation, and the UI is just trying to the UI is just trying to match the animation. The animation is trying to match the logic. So that's okay. Yep, so now we don't save our revolver there. So like that. And then I think there's a unique name. No, unique names are there. Unique name and owner. Oh, I'm hiding. Whatever. I'll let it be hidden for the commit. Though I guess I could. Can I split it off? I can actually. I can split it because they have unchanged lines in between them. Oh, okay, so I can commit it without those visibility changes. So I will do that. All that interpolation is untested for now. Revolver UI. Why exactly did this change? That's a good change at least. The 1.45519 to the -11 has changed to 0. Oh, 2 of them. Those gained precision. .1415926535897. How does it load that in like that? How did it load those in correctly? Because it was saving it as 3.14159, then it actually loaded in the rest of pi there. How does that work? Oh, you know what? It might be that there's a script that positions them. That's probably what it is. I think the script positions them and rotates them. Okay. This is just about everything except for project. I'm not adding project. Scene weapon, I'm adding everything except for some of the things on the revolver scene. So I guess what I have to I could probably do this, right? Yeah. Updated one path. Where's Q? Okay, cool. Then let's patch 2. And I'll add just about everything but the visibility changes. I think it's the rest of it. Two, and I'll just send in everything from there. Okay. All right, awesome. So get diff scene is now just those. Cool. Very, very cool. All right. Git add script, all of that, and then add all of UI. I'm just sending it. Okay. Because I'm getting really hungry, so I'm gonna go get food. Improve. This is like add alt mode for weapons. Update revolver. So once I gotta fix the window. Um, weapons now, sports. Alternate fire modes intended for attachments. Intended for attachments. Intended for attachments. Revolver uses alt mode for bending the hammer. A special exception for alt mode usage. And then updated input. I'll say previous commit updated the input for alt toggle to Z. And also say previous commit also moved. Did I already move flashlight? Flashlight to T. Okay. And then what is this? Big refactor for Revolver scripts to detangle spaghetti related to synchronizing scene visuals with logical weapon state. Weapon scenes now get callbacks when the weapon state changes. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and this is actually a bug fix too. Fix bug related to Revolver hammer not matching. Not matching the true state when switching weapons. And it now uses the animation state for that. So if I decide, hey, I want the charge position of the hammer to be a different rotation, I just change it and it works. I don't have to touch any code. As long as I keep the tracks in the same spot, which, you know, if I decide to rename them, then I have to go change it in the code, but that's fine. It'll still be only one place I have to change it. All right. Get if I think yeah. Set guide input. Why did they write Microsoft? As if Microsoft has made any other controller in history. They only make the Xbox controller. That's it. And then it's even labeled Xbox controller in the texture files. I think it's really silly that they named it that. Okay. All right. So, awesome. That's cool. And I've actually finished that. Oh, wow. This is a great schedule so far. What did I say I was going to do after that? I have it written down. Controller. Okay, so I think I'll have to test all the weapons out again and make sure they really work. Make sure they definitely really work. And I'll just go fix this really fast. Show those bits. Okay. Reload. Okay. I'll test the weapons out again. I'll make sure that they all definitely work. And then I'm back to controller input. Yep. So I'm gonna grab food. I'll be back. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could do 15 minutes again. I can do that. Okay. Timer started. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food. That was 20 minutes. Okay. So yep, I'm gonna eat. Yeah, and then controller input. Part of the controller input, by the way, is gonna be making it so I can move slowly. And then if I don't already have it, making it so the shift key will make me move slowly. If I don't already have that. Because I need that. I'll go and update the title. This is all right. I'll be back. I'm back. All right. 31 and a half minutes. It's pretty good. All right, controller. So first of all, can I... This is an input that I need to have. And I know that it's also going to modify... I'm going to be modifying my movement speed in certain ways. Huh. There's no walk. There appears to be no walk. And yeah, no shift key. So I need an action for that. First person walk. We add that. I'll put that right beneath jump. It feels like an appropriate place for it. Walk. And it will be the shift key and so here's the thing. I like toggle. I like toggle a lot. And to be honest, I think toggle is the best way to go about this kind of input. But maybe not everyone's ready for that. So how can I do this? I think technically what I can do is I can have a pressed and I can have down. Well, actually, I think so. Down is the default. I think if I actually look at it, down uses its own trigger. Down uses... Okay, so it doesn't use ongoing. I need ongoing. Although I think that actions... Actually, I do think something here about actions. Let me find it. I just saw this. This is a new thing. Just triggered. If last state is not triggered, just triggered emit. If last state is triggered. Okay, I'll just do it my own way. So, what was that? What was that? I do have to... What, oh, wait. The alt fire appeared to not work. So I'm actually not on that yet. I need to make the alt fire work. So my thinking was I may not have it. Well, first of all, turn this on and re-enable it. I was thinking I may not have it assigned to the player correctly. I have weapon alt right there. And then weapon alt mode Q. Q. And then switch fire is there. Okay. So it might actually be working. I just forgot that I moved it to Q. Though, and I cannot click it as fast as I want. So it's kind of bugged. Also, there's that recoil thing. So, is there a delay happening? Is there a delay happening? I think there might be. Let me look at double action. And whenever I tick, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say I will do print prime timer. Delay timer. I just have to use the other. The reason I always miss that one is because I'm using a different hand than I should be using. And that's probably why it's getting me so much. Why I try to search for that key and always hit this one, and I'm like, no, that's not right. And then I hit that one. It's just because I'm dumb. Okay. If primed is false, I can do a print instant fire. Primed, instant fire. So do print no prime delay, instant fire, and otherwise nothing's going to happen. Yeah. So let's see what's going on with that. My expectation is that there's still the delay there, is what's happening. Yeah, see, I shouldn't be seeing prime timer at all. This should be priming instantly when I click. But I think it might be going. So perhaps what I could do is I could just search, I could just test if prime is running. And then perhaps it may be the case that by the time this ticks, it actually is true. It should charge right away. Alright, so prime is false in here. Okay. So my expectation is that when I go into when I go into alt mode, this should charge. It should charge when I toggle alt mode. It may, let me think about this. Bush test. It may be that I should Also, something to note here, I don't think input should be here at all. Input's definitely a thing that should probably be pulled out of player entirely. And it'd be a piece on top of it. Sun is starting to poke through. I kind of got lost there for a second. Reload. Alt fire. Toggle alt mode. So I do weapon type, set alt mode. Alt mode. Very simple. And then when I fire... Ooh, wrong place. When I fire, I go to update trigger. So weapon node update trigger. I take in can fire. Whoa. Oh man. Yeah, okay. So, weapon type can fire. That's asking a question that's not changing state. What I could do here is I could make it so that can fire, if called during alt mode on the revolver, charges the weapon. Kind of the issue though is that it doesn't really trigger an animation. Weapon scene go to charge. And the animation calls back. Yeah, that's the part that I'm missing though. During alt mode, maybe that's just it. Maybe I just have to say... No, surely not. My thinking here is that I check the weapon type at this point, and I check if it's a revolver. And if it's a revolver and it's in alt mode, I call charge. And it's if I want to be more event driven, so when I fire, if the weapon is not charged, I force it to charge. The issue is down here. The mechanism is ticking. I guess if I go into alt fire mode, here's a better idea. Here's a better idea. I could put it on here. No. It needs to prime itself, right? Before I run actuate, I need to have primed it already. It needs to be primed before I get to actuate. In order to do that, I need to set it before I call tick. It needs to happen before this. And really it can just be called up here. Okay, here's an idea. The player may need to know about this. It may be that the player can know about this. What the player can do is right here, if I'm triggered, I can then ask the question, am I holding a revolver? And if I am, charge the weapon now. Charge it now. I need to instantly charge the weapon. When does Revolver... When does Revolver tell... It tells it here under charge weapon. However, what really happens is we actually call it in here. But you do have to release it. You do have to release. There is a requirement for the release. Okay. I don't know where this goes. I just straight up don't. It probably fits better in weapon node because I'm gonna call this method. It probably fits better here, where it just knows that if we're about to trigger the weapon, here, because before I can call tick, I have to call update trigger, or after this, before this, or really just right before this. Ideally just kind of any time before this, I have to check if I'm a revolver, check if I'm ult fire, and if so, charge the weapon. Maybe I can just start here. Just send a charge as well. Though I think it's more if weapon node, weapon type, alt mode. Am I really guess that charge weapon? No, can charge. Yeah, is correct. Dang. We'll do that. Charge when entering the alt mode, or fan hammer mode. Okay. Whoa. Wait a second. What's happening? Internet? Hello? Okay. I just dropped like 7 seconds there. Alright. I looked over right when it started happening. That's fortunate. Okay, well. -6 or 7 seconds. Damn. I was trying to just say 6 or and then seconds, but I said 7 immediately. Okay. Anyway. Charge weapon when we enter alt mode. And you know what I'll do? You know what I'll do? Update trigger returns true? Nope. Nope. Never mind. Oh, dang. Okay. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't have anywhere else I can put it, though. There's just kind of nowhere else I can put it. I do have to call it here. I mean, okay. Okay. Part of it is the mechanism has to be clear. Or not really. If we are primed is false and we do a fire delay. Hang on a second. I think actually what I want is to have no fire delay because that's a frame of delay. I want to do it on right then and there. So, I mean, I guess, well, because what's going to happen is it's going to come in here. It's going to actuate. And in fact, well, I return delta. Oh, wait a second. I might have a problem. So if my delay timer is 0, and I should trigger, I actuate, which can potentially kick off timers that should run now. Immediately. So then I say, otherwise, so if I end up actuating, okay, this calls an infinite loop. Let's cause an infinite loop. If fire delay is non-zero, it will. No, this is fine because should trigger also requires that you have a tick where you've released. So if we actuate, we still have time, maybe, that we want to keep using. So we run through that. Actuated true. Yeah, because I want to use all the time that I have. Let's go to here and make that change here as well. So this should actually come down here. If we don't actuate, then if we don't actuate and we don't use any time, 0 time, we're done. We can't do anything else. Now this does have, I think, a problem where if your cycle time is 0 and you have this and you have automatic fire, if you have no time between shots, it will fire. The game crashes. The game crashes. What I could do, possibly, is make it so that a minimum of 1 millisecond has to pass. A millisecond of time needs to be taken. Which could be solved out here. Delta is this. So I can say the smaller value between this and delta minus 0.01. So I require at least a millisecond to pass. Note. Enforce a minimum of 1 millisecond to pass for weapon ticks. This means in theory you could fire a maximum of well, because the thing is we're always decrement. Delta is always decreasing, right? The smaller, and we also can't increase it. This also prevents us from increasing delta. And then possibly, I might even say the wild true might just be pretty bad, to be honest. So I might even have a max here. 20. I'm gonna say while max ticks is greater than 0. You know, so this is probably good stuff to have. So we enforce at least a millisecond to pass, and then we enforce it delta to decrease every call, every loop. It must decrease by at least this much. And then we cannot loop any more than 20 times. Right? Yep. Okay. Definitely better there. Okay. Now. Special case for Revolver. Ensure a weapon is charged. And I guess this actually, whoa, I guess this actually comes down here because update trigger. This case. Update trigger. Triggered. So I guess I actually ask, should trigger. If weapon type is revolver weapon, and weapon type alt mode, and mechanism should trigger, I can just do not on weapon charge, on weapon charge. So it does all this. In fact, I don't think I want that actually, because this is, yeah, I'm just doing weapon type charge weapon. That's all I'm doing. Never mind. I'm not calling that method. Now, I don't know why charge is not just called charge weapon, but sure. Special case revolver, ensure weapon is charged when mechanism is going to trigger. So if mechanism should trigger, which means I've released and I've clicked, it wants to fire. Next time I call ticket, it wants to fire. I believe revolver always returns true. Yeah. Okay. And then that should skip a lot of stuff. It'll skip the prime. It'll just fire instantly. But it will also charge when I go into alt mode. We charged. There we go. And, I'm reloading while in fan the hammer mode. So that's no good. If I engage, yeah, so if I engage a reload while in alt mode, if I engage a reload in alt mode with a revolver, weapon not reload. Yeah, I think here, right? If actuated, I'm gonna do a note special case for revolver, exit alt mode when reloading. All right. Go to alt mode, I'm just gonna hit reload. Why did that happen? That's weird. What? What? It's not charged right now, but it says it's charged. It visually says that it's charged. Why? Why does it say that? Why does it say we're not charged? So the animation does what? Fire fan. Bang. Okay. Animation tree. Oh god. Fire fan, it leads to fire fan charge. Okay. Fire fan charge. Does it actually charge? What's fire fan charge? Fire fan charges fire double. Fire double. That's fire double. And it doesn't end with a charge. Uh-huh. That's fire double. What? Okay, so I guess fire double does cue a charge. Okay, so I understand how this works. It's a bit strange. Possibly. Here's a solution. Here's a solution. Entering alt mode charges the weapon. In a revolver weapon, when you fire a round, if you are in alt mode, we charge the weapon. And then after you fire, we charge it again. Okay, I think here's what I really do. I think what I really do is I just make this a unique animation, and I just duplicate this. And what I'm gonna do is fire double. Because I think what I do is just at the end of this, I call charge. I mean, yeah, that is what I should do, right? I'll just call charge. There's going to be some ordering things where it's possible some stuff happens, but I think that makes sense. I think that makes the most sense. I should just put charge at the end of this call. No, I really don't like that. I actually really, really don't like that. So here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to duplicate the animation. Duplicate. This will be fan charge. and I retime it so that it's at 1. Which is actually funny because yeah, so it was always kind of a lot of a mistake. Rotate cylinder 0.2 false 1. What does that mean? What's the false doing there? Apply on end. False. I guess I say no. Yeah. I just leave it. So 0.1. And this needs to be back here like 0.8. Turn off the snap. Well, turn... I just type it in. 0.8. Wait, what? It just... Okay. 0.8. And then I look at the curves. Whoa. What the? Okay. And then I just say this whole animation is 0.1. And then we don't apply it. Okay, fan charge. Animation, manage animations. Fan charge. Save as. Animation, revolver, fire double. This is called fan charge. Fan charge. Save that. Okay. Animation tree. Fire fan charge. Use fan charge. No timeline. No timeline. Okay. That's so fast. That is really fast. That might be too fast. I don't know. Okay. Let me make it, a few frames longer. Yeah. And I'll put this at 0.114. Or 1.5. Save. 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 Animation tree. It's too snappy, right? It's too snappy. Yeah. I think I just have it incorrect. I think I just have the animation wrong, is what it really is. Fire fan. Yeah, because see, I do this. I don't really know why I do that. Fire single, fire fan. Okay, so I think what I'm really looking for, perhaps, is... Can I solo that? Solo this one? No, solo this one. Yeah, I think what I'm looking for is just dropping this down. Yeah, I just want to drop this value down a bit. And well, let me think about this. This should probably just come into... Okay, let's do this. Let's bring it out one. Drag this in. Okay. All right. And now I need to fix this. It's the whole mesh rotation. Just say 5 degrees and leave it there. Very funny. Yeah. And then position Y. Okay, so I think what I do is I look at, I think what I've done before is I put a marker on the mesh, and then I put a marker on the scene, and then I try to fit them together. So that point's just gonna be here. And I put one duplicate and attach it to just the mesh, I guess. Okay. So then I just line these up. Well, I guess what it really is there's a point. Okay, no. Yeah, I did it wrong. There's a point that I want this to always be aligned with. There's some point that never rotates. Because this motion seems really wrong. So, and we're not mirrored for some. This thing is still broken. It should just be less too. Like 10. What is moving here? Oh, position Z is also moving. Ah, okay. Looks better. Though, it's definitely still too much rotation. So let me fix that. Definitely just too much rotation. Still too much. Okay. Maybe it just looked like too much because I didn't adjust these. What's the weird look here? It is the Y. The Y is wrong. Okay, cool. That's it. There we go. Fire fan. Save. Save. Look at the markers. I didn't even use them. Tree. Okay, and now fire fan charge. Or fan charge. I can shorten it back up. TF 0.1. Or this was 0.08. Into the curves. Animation tree. It looks good. There's no weird chopping happening. Nice. Oh, too much. That's better. What is this like reflection here? What is this? Like a solid line. I think it's just a shadow from this. Interesting, okay. I have not seen that before. Or if I have, this is the first time I'm noticing it. Alrighty. Oh, and then, of course, fan charge needs to call charge. There we go. Okay. And now the weapon state matches what I see. And that is back on my screen. Why? How'd I hit that? I think I'm turning it on and off just over and over again because I can't, No, 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 don't do that. I saw what it just did. I saw it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Somehow I clicked the script button, so I opened the script. Okay. Here we are. Grab the gun. Alright. Uh-huh. Why is that not working now? It's not running through fire double when I click. What? What? It's not playing fire double when I click. Oh, I know what's happening. I do know what's happening. So specifically for the revolver, it should start playing the animation to fire. Oh man, the revolver's really messed up. Okay. It's really messed up. So when I call it go to fire, there's some checks here. And it tells it how to travel. If round is live, go straight to fire. Otherwise, go to fire double. I'm missing that. And then this fire double has a certain thing. It goes to fire empty, but then it will go to here if isRound is live. IsRound live is true. Which means fire double does have to charge the weapon. No. Wow, this really is bad. This is really bad. It's really bad. This is really bad. Okay, so what's really happening is I just have to kick off the animation. I guess technically at the point that I click, I know if the next round that I'm gonna fire will be live or not. So here's what I can say. I can say travel to end it's an available path that has no condition. But this is the automatic one. And in fact, it won't have an expression either. This is the automatic transition. So if I just travel to fire double, we're gonna fire. But if I travel to okay. I've got it. Instead of isRound live, okay, so here's what isRound live does. I think I've even made it a function. I have not. What isRound live should do is it should check if the round to be fired is live. That's what it should be checking. If fanning and round live, travel to fire fan, teleport. Otherwise, travel to fire fan empty, teleport. If we are already cocked, travel to fire if it's alive, otherwise fire empty. Otherwise, I do fire double. And what isRound live is going to check is it's going to check not if this round is live, but if the next round is live. So what I can say then is I can do this check. So I say if this, then we're looking at our current cylinder position. Otherwise, we're looking at the next cylinder position. What's your problem here? Oh. Alright, and then animation tree is going to go back to doing this. It's going to be auto, empty, auto is round live. So if the round is live, we go to fire. Round was not live, we go to empty. Okay. And let me check this. Do I use this in here? I do. Ports. Yeah, I'm using ports all over the place, so. And though it probably should be not this, it probably should be. Yeah, it can be ports. Okay. Now I know what's going on. Now we know what's going on. Okay. Go into here, we charge. Fire. And it's not charged. So why did that happen? Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna move this to like the... No, how did that happen? No, you gotta explain how that happened. How did that happen? I'm assuming what's happened is I have a transition here that the automatic on end is running and is doing a crossfade, and that crossfade is switching it and preventing the call from happening. That's what I thought. So I'm just going to set this to 0. Just... And it deleted that one, so I can't do that. Or did it? I think it's actually deleting it. I think it is actually deleting it. Okay. So at point 01. Maybe it's not. That really sucks. That really, really sucks. But for now, this is the best I can do. Yeah, if I do an at end with a transition time, with a crossfade time, it should still call every method. It clearly just didn't call it because it was part of the transition time. Explain that one to me. Explain that one to me. Explain that one to me. Explain to me how that happened. Tell me, how did that happen? Tell me how that happened. Tell me how that happened. Print. Charging. Tell me how that happened. Charging, charging, charging. Let me do that. Is it just that the UI didn't get told about it? That could be a possibility. No, because it actually isn't charging it. I know it because it didn't charge. So the last call to charge comes through, and it says it's already charged, which doesn't make any sense. And then it rotates the cylinder. How does it rotate the cylinder? How does it do that? This is all good. How does it do that? How does it not charge when it's done? Because it's part of the animation. And the animation calls to charge. Yes, let me go to weapon scene and check if emit charged. Whoops. Rent. Animation charged. I'm gonna explode. So why did that happen? Are we doing fire fan? That would make sense if we're not doing fire fan. That would be possible if we're not doing fire fan. So I'm just gonna print out all the travels. I'm just gonna turn the travel print back on. Just do that again. Teleporting to fire fan. Okay. Am I crazy? I feel like I just heard. Like Minecraft moo cow sound. Weird. Switch at end auto. Fan charge. What now? What now? Am I getting... Am I being messed with? I'm being messed with, right? I'm being messed with, right? Did that just now save? A 100%, it's calling. The rotation is happening, but it's not charging. What's your issue? What's your issue? can only describe this as it's just not saving it correctly. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna reload project, and we're gonna come back, and the function call is not gonna be there. It's just not gonna be there because it never saved it for some reason. That's what I'm prepared to see. Emit charged. It's right there. So what's your problem? I teleport to fire fan, and then we run through fire charge. Oh look, it just straight up didn't update. That's cool. Can we fucking save? Can we fucking save that? Can we? Oh, it saved now. I figured it out, guys. It just didn't save. I clicked saved. I don't know how many times I clicked save, but I clicked it a lot, and I clicked it everywhere. And, yeah, so it finally saved. Wow, that's so fast. So fast. Oh, wait, does the gun rotate back to face me? I can see the... Oh, whoa. The screen's getting really distorted. Yeah, so I don't know why it just wasn't saving, but you know, it just wasn't. What was that? Weird. What is that? I go into here, I aim, we drop out of toggle mode, and then that happens when I click. Why does that happen? So it looks like that right now. I click, we cycle forward, and we fire instantly. Okay, so it teleported to fire fan empty is what happened there. So somehow... fire fan empty happens if fanning is true. So is fanning didn't update when I toggled out? I hit toggle. It doesn't. Ah. Toggle mode does not cause a weapon scene update. And it needs to. Okay. Toggle alt mode. And then I have to do weapon scene update weapon type. Okay. That should fix that. That pisses me off so much. They actually need to, I honestly think they should just straight up like redo so much of their animation node stuff. They should redo a lot of it because that bug is insane to me. The number of times I hit save there and it just was not saving. Like I was even getting suspicious. I'm like, is it not saving? So I clicked through there. I clicked save. I clicked save with my mouse here. I clicked save with my mouse here inside the animation tree. Both times it didn't actually save it. That's baffling to me. That's just really nuts. That doesn't make any sense. All right. alt mode. I zoom in. We're no longer alt mode, and I click, it's not going to be weird. Alright, it wasn't weird. Okay, but... Okay, so... Okay, so fire... It is traveling to fire single. It's doing the charge. Huh. Maybe what I can do is, maybe it makes sense here to say that if the mechanism is a double action mechanism, I kick off the animation immediately. Or perhaps I travel to... Okay, here's the thing with the weapons, right now that I just remember this. I do have an idle and a walk here. Did I just detach something? I don't know if I did. Because I think I clicked here. Okay, so it goes back. Yeah, alright. I do have an idle and a walk. That's wrong. I shouldn't do that. Whoa. These should be animations that someone else controls. The weapon doesn't idle. The weapon doesn't walk, right? Those are just silly. It should just be a non-animation, I guess, where it's in start and it can travel to any of these connections that idle has, and that would clean up a bunch of this stuff. In fact, I think what I do is walking. I think what I do is I'm actually just going to drop this out right now, because otherwise what I have to do is I have to connect everything to everything. And that's pretty bad. But I think start, I'll do that later. I'll do that later. Undo. I'll do it later. Why did I touch on that? I'm not exactly sure. Part of it though is that it is definitely causing issues, because what should happen is it comes in here to start, it goes to some reload, and then it goes to end. Because otherwise what I have is I have a bunch of these connections that lead to idle and then back out, and that just doesn't make any sense. This should just be an animation like of the player, a procedural thing. I have part of it here. You can see I have this. That hurt my eyes scrolling. Wow. Sway. So when you're walking, this is a procedural thing applied to the weapon, and I'm going to apply it based on... I mean, it should just be totally procedural. Probably what I'll do first is I'll just have like a power. So it'll just be a set animation where it goes like this. And then I apply a power, which is just the weight of the weapon. So a low weight weapon sways a lot. a high weight weapon like the shotgun sways less, right? And then additionally, some like ready states. So if you're walking around without shooting, the shotgun goes into like, you know, pointing at the ground. You know, off to the side, pointing at the ground. The long rifle probably goes up on your shoulder after a while of not using it. And then when you stop, maybe it comes to a more ready state. And then if you aim, then we're ready and we're keeping the weapon forward for like 5 seconds. And then if we don't do anything, then we go back to nothing. Right? Or just passive state. So yeah, that will kick out a lot of these lines for sure. And like I said, the start, it should be from the start through some path and then hits end. And that's what it does. So it'll clean up a lot of the lines, especially down here, where half of the lines here are literally just going back and forth. All right. Anyway, what's the issue right now? What's the issue right now? Is there an issue right now? I totally forgot. Also, it should... Oh, right. The fire double animation doesn't play. So here's my thinking with that. This worked when animations also triggered the actual act of firing the bullet, but now they don't. Fire double is just like the shared portion of this. Which is also actually kind of a mistake as well. Fire empty and fire should be identical. The weapon motion from recoil, even in the hand, should be controlled procedurally. Which allows me to add randomness to it as well. In animation, I can't do that. I would have to find somewhere else to add in the randomness, which like is from weapon sway, which would be, I feel like, dumb. I think it should just be in recoil. So ideally, it would just be two things. I click and it travels to fire double, which runs fire, which doesn't move the gun. It just does the animation. Or I click and it drops the hammer immediately. Hey, Danilin, I found the best song ever. I don't, you know, I think you're not serious. I'm just gonna assume you're definitely not serious. I'll look at it. Official audio. Play it but muted. No. The title is enough. I can hear the song in my head. I've got it. So, alright. For now, what I'll do is I'll just say, if it's double action in the mechanism, I'm going to play the fire animation immediately. No. Double action. Okay. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. So this is going to suck. All right. I'm actually going to clear it up. I'm actually going to go ahead and clear this up. I'm going to make it so that the revolver doesn't have recoil, which means I'm deleting these empty ones. I'm not really deleting the empty ones. I am keeping the empty ones, but I'm going to rename them to be the normal fire one. So fire empty. I don't know why it's so dumb that the default is zoom out to like 10 seconds. It's just crazy. So there's fire single, which is the same thing, and then it plays this animation, which I don't want that. What happens is the fire animation plays. I have when I actuate the weapon, it plays the fire animation. And then recoil happens not in the animation at all. None of that. It's just purely mechanical parts and their motion. So is this the same? It's like 0.17 or something when the hammer drops. Okay, it's more like 0.3 repeating. Very empty. I think I literally made the same thing. So here's what I do. I'm going to manage animations. I'm going to delete fire empty. I'm going to make fire single, not have any of these tracks. Delete all of that. And then I set the length to 2. Okay. There's the whole mechanism. 2 frames. Save fire single. And then fire empty. I'm going to delete this one. And then fire double. We'll have this, and it will also have the drop. So we come back, and then it will drop. So go to fire single, and I think I'm just copying this frame. I'll look at Bezier to make sure that I copy it correctly. Ooh, it looks like that. Actually, I'm going to copy both of these frames. Copy. And hopefully that works. Fire double. Then I need to add 2 frames. And then I need to go here, paste. Okay, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that though? But why'd you do that? Okay, just 0 on the, okay. Paste. All right. 005. Two, 6, 7. Delete. 16. Here we go. Right? Okay. Let me make this like 2. Let me make this a little bit longer. Oh, no. Part of it is that actually, it sets before it's there. I think it's like, Yeah, I mean, pretty much there. Maybe more like 10. Sure. Okay. There's fire double. Save. Animation tree. So I either have fire single or I have fire double. No such thing as fire empty. So I can just delete that. Fire double, fire single. So these two change based on which way they're going. This transition is now just back to idle. And in fact, I'll go ahead and do this. I think as long as that's there, I can shoot while doing it. So I'll just take that out. Take those out. So at end, no crossfade. No crossfade. Just at the end. Blast this one. Real? Real? No, no. I will not be playing AI music of any kind, man. No, definitely not. Okay, so I have fire double and I have fire single. I'll even call this fire single. No, I'll just call it fire. Whatever. Okay. Do we think it's saved? What do you think of the odds of this saved? Do you think it's saved? Do we think it's saved? Is this enough saving? Maybe. One more? All right. It might have saved. It might have saved. I hope it did. What is this link you're sending me? Archive.org details bad picture. What is that? I remember you sent this to me and I never opened it. What is this? Okay. This definitely looks like a link for... It's like the URL for a missing image texture that archive.org uses. That's what it straight up looks like. I will... Unsigned? Are you sure? Because here's the thing. You can still copyright melodies and claim the melodies. So the song could technically be open like public domain. But then some random ass company happens to own the melody and they mute you. So I don't know. I'll look it up. I'll look them up and see if it's actually safe, but later. So, sorry, but not now. Revolver. There's no fire empty, it is just fire double. So can aim. Sure. Is round live. In fact, now it actually doesn't even check. Yeah. So just do... Yeah, it doesn't even check now. Walking brick target? There's nothing else about that band online? Surely not. That'd be a waste of money. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why you would waste money like that. All right, so what is it giving? Is round live? I don't even check this, so I don't even use this. So get out of here. That's gonna be your recoil type thing. And I'll go and drop fire fan empty as well. And then drop this from here, and drop that from here. And I guess that's allowed. Well, I don't know, because it teleports, so I don't really need a route back. Doesn't really make any sense. No fade. No fade. Yeah, get rid of these stupid fades. Those are not things to have anymore. You just put it up there. Okay. Yeah, that should be it for there. And then I just take off fire fan empty. It's no longer a thing. Cool. Okay. Go to fan. What now? It's literally never called. Okay. Delete this method. That must be leftover or something. Can fan. That's also never called. Awesome. Delete. Okay. Okay. So yeah, what I say is if I actuate with a double action fire, I travel the fire. If actuated and can fire, do that. Yeah, then down here I say, if the mechanism is double action and actuated, for double action mechanisms, immediately start the fire animation. Yep. And I guess what I can say is I can just do this down here too. But I guess only if we didn't already start it. Right? If we didn't already start it. So yeah, I'll do that. This might be a faster check last. That's like crazy micro optimization, but might be last. If actuated and not fire played and the mechanism is a double action mechanism, immediately start the fire animation. Okay. Double action. It did it. It did the double action. Why didn't we charge? Why didn't we charge? Why are we not charging? 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 Traveling to fire double. Did it get stuck or something? Is it not able to travel back? Oh. Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. It looks like it's saved, by the way. I think it's saved. I think it's saved. Alright. Double action. Bang. 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 I did something funny. I did something funny. So I clicked and I clicked, and you see it just fired, but it's currently charged, and I skipped 2 slots. I was on the empty slot, and now I'm on one after that. So something interesting happened there. Let me just cycle back to this. Oh, no, let me cycle to here. So the next one should, if I zoom in, it should charge and land me on the open hole. So I zoomed in and then I clicked. Now what happened is it's definitely the animation applying a rotation at the end of this, which is not what it should do. It just plays the charge animation, which the charge animation applies a charge at the end of it. It also rotates the cylinder. So what happened was I zoomed in, I started an automatic charge, and then I clicked. And then it shot? It didn't shoot, but it did. But it did. It definitely did shoot. Okay, let me clear the logs. That's exactly what happens here. Okay. Alright. So we did a travel to charge. I clicked. Why did it... I got charging and charging. I believe charging only prints out when we actually charge the weapon. So I did actually charge twice there. Which is interesting. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, there is only one print in the whole project with a print charging. So it did charge twice. All right, let me do a print charging, and I'm gonna add one of those. And I'm actually gonna do a print and then a print stack. I don't think this will slow down the thing. I don't think it slows it down, but it might. It might slow it down. Animation charged. Let me fix the ordering of this. Underneath emit charge. I'm thinking about not fixing it because I think it's kind of cool because I don't know if it actually fires twice. Let me see if it fires twice. It does not fire twice. Okay. So we did travel to idle, travel to charge, charging 11.769 from this call stack in player process. On weapon charged. Update trigger. So I clicked. Yeah, the click is what fired. On weapon charged. Okay, so the logical charge happened from the click. And then... That's actually kind of crazy that worked. And then the animation ended. And the animation called a charge. All right, let's say this. Let's say I think what should happen here is the animation should not have forced a charge to happen. Because the animation forced a charge, it didn't, it charged even though a fire, huh. Yeah, where's the mistake? Okay, so where's the mistake? I think the mistake is that the charge call didn't get interrupted by the actual charge call. I think that's a mistake. So I think what I can just do there is I can make it so that when a Revolver gets an update, when we get an update, we snap. Did we snap? I think if I get an update during a charge, maybe that's it. It can just be in here. If there's a special, yeah, this is like a really special case. So if I get an update, actually, all right, let me do this. Let me actually print out every time I get an update. I want to know how often this is happening. Because ideally, this is not happening very often. It should get an update right away. Scene updated. It got 2, that's fine. Okay. So I caused the bug. See, I fired this one and I cycled to the next one and I charged it like instantly. So I get the first 2 updates. I pressed right, it got traveling to charge, charging. The charge call came in, I got a scene update. I got another one a little bit later. And then I got another one after it fired. Alright, I need to know where these came from, actually. I need to know where those came from. Because one of those might be extra. One of those might be something I should take out, first of all. Okay. Oh. Interesting. It did it because I was set here, and then I shot, and then I skipped. So it still did it. It was a bit interesting, though. Because I picked up the revolver without it being in my hand, it didn't like update, it didn't cycle the weapon, the first slot, which I know is the thing that that's the thing that I don't necessarily want. But maybe I should keep track of that. Like if it's the first time you've pulled the if it's the first time you've pulled the revolver out, rotate the cylinder to the first live round. Right now, it's just if you pick up the revolver and you immediately have it in your hands, rotate. If we switch to the revolver, it doesn't do a rotation. It's only on pickup. Which maybe that's just what I should do. I should make it so on pickup it just rotates it to the first open slot right away for you. Because I think it requires that you pick it up and then you hold it at the same time. Okay. Scene update. From here, which was player load weapon type. Yeah, so I selected the weapon and then I get another. I didn't get an update. This update comes in from charge weapon, which I believe is from. Yeah, the first thing that happens is I right click, which means this is. Oh no, this must be from the click actually. The click must have charged this. So I get the click for the charge, and then I say update trigger again. Update trigger on weapon charge, on weapon updated. Oh, on weapon charge. Oh, no. I'm looking at this wrong. I was looking for the double scene update. Here it is. So I get two updates here. Update trigger on weapon charge. Okay. So this is gosh, can we get serious? Why is it doing this? Like I can't, I'm trying to click that button, it's just not letting me. Okay. So here's the double update. This is something I should definitely drop. I need to drop this. Weapon node 478. But on weapon charge happens, which emits a weapon update. It does emit an update. The first one is from here, this call. We go through the weapon charge, and then immediately after that, I tell it to update again. Yeah. I guess what I can do. Let me say this. Anytime I'm doing a weapon updated, I actually also want to be doing that. Except I guess maybe not in this case. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make a method that's called emit update. Yeah, like emit weapon update. And I guess essentially what this is going to do is it will emit an update, but it's going to set a value such that on the next tick we clear it. This is all visual stuff. Yeah, all the processing really happens in here. Which maybe this is slow, I don't know. Actually, wait, where does this happen? Oh yeah, I was gonna say actually input handling should be running in... Yep, that's what I thought. We should be pulling inputs in FPS in the frame rate, but then actually applying those things differently. Which means if this is already in the regular process, not a physics process, what that means is take a drink. And then I remember what I was just doing. I mean, ideally what I want to do is it's more of a defer. I want to call this deferred. Yeah, I want to call this deferred and only once. So I say how did I do this? There's some code that I wrote similar to this in like Terrain 3D somewhere, where essentially you call the method and it checks if you've already called the method before the previous emit happened, or a previous requested emit happened. I think it is just that I connect to it. I do a one shot instead of value to false. But that seems extra. Is there a way... Is there a way I can stop this before... Okay, let me just do this. Okay. There's no animation to switch ammo type, so just pass to weapon. That may not be true. It may be the case that eventually... It could even just be that... part of a weapon's firing is like inserting the eye. I don't know. I don't know. I'll just leave it as a full weapon update. Okay. And then... what I want to do is I want to remember this until the next frame passes. So I guess I just say... But it is the case where it is the case where I can cause an update to happen, then this ticks, and it thinks it hasn't done it, but it's still the same frame that it last emitted. So I could store the frame number and compare against that. Ah, this is weird. What is this? What am I doing? This is strange. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get rid of this emit call. This emit call shouldn't be happening. No, but it does need to happen because I shot the weapon. I am crazy. So this update is because the weapon charged. This update if emit updated is because the weapon fired. And it's on a different tick. It's not on the same call. I'm crazy. I am crazy. Don't do that. Those are fine. That's actually to be expected. That's correct. Okay. So then the animation calls. And the animation says, let's charge. But I think what needs to happen is if I get an update that happens to come from a fire, how would I know it's come from a fire? I think what it is if I get an update with the cylinder position being different, I need to cancel any animation. Maybe that makes sense. Does that make sense? If the cylinder position that I get is different than the one that I currently have, I cancel all animations. I stop all animations in their tracks if the cylinder position changes. Yep, that's actually it. What? Travel. Anim state. Okay. Where am I? I think it's called travel. Idle. True. Immediately stop in animation. Current node is a string name? If it's not idle, teleport to idle to stop animations. And I leave the travel on. So it should just say teleporting. Actually, does it say teleporting? It does. So then I shouldn't be able to do this. Should not be able to do this. Alright. It didn't do it. Okay. I broke it. Okay. So that's not right. Perhaps. Dang it. That's not it. That's just not it. Okay. That's not it. That's not the thing. What happens? Alright, I think honestly what it is just if I get a charge, if I charge and I'm in a charge animation, interrupt the charge animation. I think that's, I mean, that is the thing, but yeah, because fire double doesn't cause a charge call. Charge will call is a charge call. No, this is you know what? Actually what it is, you can't fire if you're charging. Why am I allowed to fire when I... That's it. No, that is it. Can fire should be returning false. Okay, there's no can fire. There's only can aim. I call go to fire. It's double action. What exactly happens here? Show me output again. Traveling. Okay, let me run the bug one more time and see what really happens. Okay. Traveling to idle. Traveling to charge. Traveling to fire double. So that means it's waiting for the charge to finish. So that's a mistake. Wait, how did it travel to fire double? Traveling to charge. Traveling to fire double. How'd you do that? Oh. No, how did I do that? That's not in the state. That's not in the state. How do you travel to fire double? Wait, what? It didn't happen that time. I didn't pay attention to it. Just didn't happen that time. It actually just didn't happen that time. It happened. This time it definitely happened. Okay. So I got traveling to idle, traveling to charge. So then what happened was I came in here. Okay, so it's, yeah, it is a bit of an animation mix-up. What should happen is if the state is a charge, if we are charging, in fact, I have it right here. What I should say is elif state equals charge. If I'm currently charging, then I want to stop doing that. I want to travel to fire double, I think. So I guess this is where a benefit of the charge interrupting itself. Yeah, that one can happen. So I just do travel fire double. If we're in charge, the charge happens because the mechanism charges as part of itself. I've got it. I've got it. This must be it. Double action mechanism. While we are running our prime, I keep checking if the weapon is primed. If at any point during the prime we discover we're already primed, we zero the timer and continue. Yep. Okay. I'll leave a note. Note. So do not double charge. That's not actually it. This is not actually it still. It's still possible. The prime can come in, but okay, I don't think this actually fixes it. I actually don't think this fixes it. Delta equals 0. I guess delta is actually just going to be minus equals, gee, delta doesn't change at all. Never mind. Delta doesn't change at all. No way. Oh, hang on, it's back? It's back? Okay, that wasn't me. That was just Twitch. I had internet through that, so Twitch just killed it. Killed my stream. Okay, so yeah, I do not use any delta. Yeah, so I don't use it there. If primed, charge weapons, so do not double charge and do not use any delta. Internet's still cutting out. I just lost 3 seconds. Actually, that was over 6. That was like nearly 6 seconds. 5 seconds? Do I know math? I just lost like 5 seconds there. Okay. Trying to think. I'm watching it. Back again. Back on Twitch. It's not me. I have internet through this. It's not me. I just hope it's not like splitting it. Okay. Gosh, I'm so distracted. Disconnected, reconnecting. Disconnected, reconnecting. Disconnected, reconnecting. We're back on Twitch. We're back on Twitch. We back on Twitch for real. Why is Twitch not showing up? There it is. User reports show possible problems with Twitch. Oh, yeah. Streaming. There's a problem streaming right now on Twitch. Still not me. I think this is cut out like several times now. Okay, I'm just gonna assume it's gonna keep doing that. Okay, so it fixes sometimes. If I click really fast, it double charges. But if I click late, it doesn't. Never mind. Wow. Interesting. The first time I ran it, it didn't happen. Yeah, so now we're... It still charged it. Oh, wait, no, it actually did the whole thing. Never mind, it did do it. Because I should be on here and not. I also see the hammer, like, flickering. Let's load up. I didn't want that to happen. I didn't want that to happen. It's really odd. Really weird. Really weird. Ah. Ah. Alright, but also I think it's still an animate. Okay, so this side is fixed. This side... If we call go to fire and we're in a charge animation, what should happen? What should happen? I think what should happen is I let the charge finish. I let the charge finish. Okay, what would I like to happen? If I click to charge, if I start a charge and then I click, what should happen? What should happen is I let the charge animation finish playing and then I travel to the fire single. That's what should happen. If I'm in the middle of a charge, I let that charge finish and then I travel the fire single at the end. So I guess here's what I do. That happens, right? Okay, right. Now, because I've clicked and the prime timer is actually really short comparatively, I guess I should probably open that animation and match them is what I should do. Okay, so let me match the animation. Fire double takes 2 and then 3 repeating before it fires. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and match up that animation to this prime delay, which is 233. .3. Okay. So that has to run. And then at the end of the animation, because this charge is a long animation. It's actually a really long animation. And it also rotates the cylinder, but it doesn't apply it. Okay. So this is good. Save that. Okay. Then, if I'm in the middle of charge, I travel to fire. Check the animation tree. Charge can go to fire. I guess I just draw. Whoops. I guess I just draw a line to this. So it'll take this path if it can. I'm just gonna delete. I'm gonna delete these transitions here. No crossfade. Okay. Save a dozen times. So we go to charge. And then if we got nothing better to do, we just go back. Oh, as we jump here. So we can travel to fire at that point, after the charge. So I do travel to fire. So what happens? I do that click and I'm in the middle of a charge animation. The mechanism, however, does not know this. It doesn't know this. So I click and it starts running. It starts running its timer. Its timer is going to end sometime after the charge animation starts. So if I click, it travels to the fire double immediately. It goes there right away. If I right click to aim, it's going to start playing the animation. And the animation in theory should take longer than this timer. But they could be close. They could still, these could happen in either order. It could happen that this calls a charge. It doesn't think it's primed, so it calls charge. And then it calls fire. And the animation ends and it says charge. That's a possibility. Because if you do them simultaneously, if you click charge, if I were to press the charge button, which I can't remember what it is right now, but if I press the charge button and I click simultaneously, what's going to happen? One of the two can kick off first. We can start to play the fire double animation, and then we're fine. Then we can't charge because we're in the middle of... Oh. The charge shouldn't be allowed if we're in the act. Okay, maybe it's here. Maybe it's here too. This feels so spaghetti now. I don't like this. Okay. So if I aim... It could even be this. If I aim and I activate a charge, I guess what I want to do is check. Weapon scene can charge. Weapon should charge. Revolver, go to charge. Go to charge is not here. Awesome. Awesome. What's the default? If is idle. If it's idle or walk, I can charge. Okay, that's fine. So if I am in the middle of firing, we skip that charge, so a charge won't happen. So if the order happens to say, if I do it simultaneously, but the inputs come in, and it says fire and charge, fire happens and charge can't happen. If I do aim and fire, fire can start, and then charge won't happen. If I do aim and then fire, and aim happens, aim calls charge, then I call fire. Honestly, I think double action probably needs to be told that it's already primed. Or not even that. I think double action needs to be told that a charge is happening. And the charge animation, double action just needs to wait until the charge finishes. I think it's what it is. I probably need to bring back the can fire. I think it needs to be the case where you can't fire the weapon unless you're in certain animations. You can't kick off an I can't kick off a fire if I'm charging. But the revolver case, if I right click and I start a charge and then I click, I want to wait the charge animation to finish, and then here's what I could do. Here's what I should probably do. I'm just gonna do this. Because really it's complicated. I'm gonna interrupt the charge animation and just start the fire double animation. That's what I'm gonna do. If I get a click and I'm in the middle of charge, I will interrupt and jump to fire double instead. So we'll jump to fire double through. And this should fix it. Now I'm not going to have double charges happening. The animation can't trigger it. The prime can't trigger it. It didn't happen. In fact, I will swap away and swap back just to make sure that the state of things is accurate to what I see. Yep. Cool. I can't make it happen now. This guy is so slow to reload this thing. Thanks for following. And Duande77. I hope I said that right, maybe. Alright, I'm gonna say I did it because it's not happening now. It's no longer happening. And then I have we'll hide that. Oops, hide that. I'll be right back. Are we live? Twitch is live. Dude, they gotta figure this out. You think like someone like trips over a cord, you know? And then they tuck that cord away so it doesn't happen again? But apparently it's just like run of the mill. The average Thursday at work. You just shut down the services for a few seconds at a time. Every couple of minutes. You just shut them off. It's crazy. Anyway, hide that. Hide that. I really hope this isn't gonna make like literally 1,000 VODs. There's other... Oh, here it is. Get rid of that. And I think Revolver... Okay, is this all the... I have to run it again because I don't remember what all the prints were. I remember what prints I had. Okay, so I have charging. There. Oh, also, it's not rotating. I just noticed that. It's actually just not rotating now. Oh, no. The first time I pick it up, it rotates it correctly. But if I pick up a different weapon and do that, it won't rotate. So I need to make it just that when I pick up the weapon, it just rotates the first slot. To see now it's not on it. It didn't run it. So let me go and do that. Pick up item. If item is weapon resource, is there an early return? There's that. Weapon. Revolver spin to next. Huh? Oh. Oh, I get it. No, I do get it. Because on cylinder rotated does this. Okay. Yeah, so I say if weapon node weapon type is equal to revolver, then I can just do this. Otherwise, I just do that. It was me who broke it. It was me who broke it. This up, pick this up, swap. It's in the right spot. Cool. Okay. Fixed. And I'll do a note. Note. Use weapon node when Revolver is active to update the scene. Or just use weapon node when the revolver is active. Don't need to run it again. Okay, so I've got that weird bug fixed where zooming and clicking at the same time does that. it doesn't do that anymore. Although, is there... There's not like a funny thing happening now with the... There is something kind of funny happening, maybe, where I can click, click, click. Am I cycling it faster? I feel like every now and then I get a fast cycle to happen, yeah. That's how fast I can normally do it. Is this a fat? Okay, I need to... I think I might have found a way possibly to fast cycle it, but I'm not sure how that's possible. So here's what I do. I click and then I zoom and click. It's not okay. Well, it just didn't work that time. Try that again. Is that as fast as I can click? So, okay, so now I'm just going to click as fast as I can and see if I can match that pace. You can go you can go a little bit faster. I'm missing it though. I think, okay, well, I think what I should do is probably just click. It's behaving oddly. I thought I'd be able to click, release, and then click. But I guess not. For the Revolver, that should be how it works. Maybe... Okay, I don't think I'm actually fast cycling it. I think it's just that the actual pace that you shoot the weapon at does depend on... you actually shooting it correctly, I guess. Or hitting it in the right... hitting it with good timing. But then the idea is, you know, you're gonna go into fan the hammer state to do this. Okay, I interrupted the reload, and it came in a bit early, but that's fine. It's whatever. That's whatever. It's good. That does feel a bit odd and a little bit bad. Let me try the pistol. Can I click, release, and click again? The pistol is actually so fast. The pistol literally fires as fast as I can click. Yeah. The Revolver, not so much. So why? It means the mechanism is wrong. That's not how I expected it to happen. Leads reset flips to false as soon as it gets an update of it not being pressed. Which means if I click in a release, we update the trigger immediately so that we're not pressed. So it's false. If needs reset, we ignore any updates unless pressed is false. So we set it to false. And then I click again. It comes in here. It doesn't need a reset, so it sets triggered to pressed. And then it comes in here and ticks through this. Then it comes to actuate, reset timer set to 0, and should trigger is true. And then we hit actuate. So why does that not work? What stops me? What stops it? I need to actually, yeah, this is a bug. This is a problem. I should be able to click and then release and click again, and it will fire twice. It has not done that. So if not triggered, return false. If automatic fire, return true. If needs reset, returns false. So I'll print needs reset. And then in update trigger, I will do print trigger reset. Okay. So hopefully no spam until I click. I'll do that. It did it. It did it that time. Needs reset, trigger reset. Needs reset immediately. Trigger reset. Gosh, can we just stop with that nonsense? Why does that happen? And then I guess I can just do like a fire. If I call fire, then I will print. Firing. Is it back for real now? That's just gonna keep happening all day. I think it's actually just gonna keep happening all day. Okay. Oh, I'm coming up on 8 hours, so... Actually, I guess I should probably stop soon, shouldn't I? Alright, so the weird thing is, it works if it's already charged. See? I just held down. Firing, trigger reset, and then we fired sometime later once it was ready, and then it just needs reset, just spams. Okay? But if I do this, we fire one time. Okay, let me clear. Clear. Right. So why did trigger not reset? So firing needs reset. I mean, yeah, I expect that it just comes in and keeps saying needs reset. So why? Because I released during that time, and yes, so why does update trigger not get called there? Or weapon node doesn't call update trigger? That's just not possible. That's just not how this is set up. That's just not how this is set up. It can't be that I click so fast I think I might know what it is. I think it's that I click... No, that doesn't make any sense. How? No. How does it make sense? There's no way that every time I've tested it, I've clicked so fast that for some reason it drops the input entirely. Because needs reset only calls if I'm checking if I should fire. Or rather, needs reset only prints if we are triggered and it needs a reset, of course, right? So that's so strange. Because this is so weird. Update weapon node. Fire ready. Fire ready. If not fire ready, and fire primary is not triggered, fire ready is true. Fire ready becomes false when handle input is disabled. Fire ready and handle input and fire primary is triggered. This does not make any sense to me. How is that possible? Weapon node must call this with false. All right, I'm gonna do this. If mechanism dot triggered and not triggered, print could force should reset trigger now. Float. I'm getting mad. I don't see how that makes sense. There's absolutely getting frames where I'm not pressing the button and it's just for some reason not resetting the trigger. Okay, so the bug happened there. If mechanism triggered and not... What? What? That's a crazy delay. That's 200 milliseconds later between should reset trigger now and it not resetting the trigger. So how did that happen? Oh, needs reset happens after it fires. Okay, so what it should be, it shouldn't be happening here. Trigger reset happens after you've started actuating. Is trigger reset. I've got it. I actually do have it. Double action. It should be here. Those fires are fine because these are instant. I'm calling fire before I return from actuate. Here, however, is where it's not fine. Trigger reset needs to happen, at least in the case of double action. Yeah, okay. At least in this case. I'm just going to take out fire. I'm just going to take it out. And then I don't need this print anymore either. Needs reset true. And in fact, it just happens right away. For double action, for how I want it to be, for how I want it to work, we just say we need to reset immediately. Not after it fires, but after it's actuated. So I should just put it down there. And then this fire. Don't turn on reset again. That's all I do. Okay. That's all I do. And now I can click and it should. There we go. It did it. I'm gonna go ahead and hide all these prints. Drop the prints. What? 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 It literally worked. It literally worked immediately. And then it didn't work. What? It worked instantly and then it didn't, and then it stopped working. It worked instantly and then it didn't work. Should reset trigger now. Trigger reset. Needs reset. What are you talking about? Update trigger, trigger reset. So I got trigger reset, should reset now, trigger reset, and then it starts saying needs reset. It's not, that's not, no. Nope. Nope. Explain this to me. This only makes sense if I reach delay timer 0, and then I actuate, and then it needs a reset. Or actuate fails somehow. Think, how is this possible? How is this possible? It's a lie. This is a lie. Actuated. Actuated. And then it doesn't fire. It says actuated without actually firing. Oh my gosh. Why? This is so strange. What is the problem? Because it's not adding up. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. I should see 2 firings appear. Two firings did appear very quickly after each other, which doesn't make any sense. What? How are you firing so fast? Just give me that. And press shift. Already primed. Am I not resetting primed when I fire? Is that the issue? Somehow I'm missing a reset to prime, which is what allows it to fire like instantly after. But the thing is, I click and I fire here, and if I fired again, I should be here, and this shot should be spent. It's not. It says it's already primed. Trigger reset, firing later. It says already primed immediately, which is not true. Okay, that's the issue. So when I fire, I'm supposed to be setting primed to be not true. That's my mistake, it seems. Primed needs to be getting set to false if I append a fire action. As soon as I append a fire action, prime is no longer true. So now we should be firing twice. Because what's likely happening is the animation plays the fire, but it doesn't actually do anything. Okay, very quickly it fired. All right. So what happened then? I got actuated, and then 200, 300 something milliseconds later, we fired. Then we actuated instantly, and then 200 milliseconds later, we fired again. Okay. Okay. This is what I want it to do. That's what it should do. Let's reload. If I click 3 times, I should only fire twice. 1, 2, 3. I didn't do fast enough. If I click 3 times quickly, it should only fire twice. Interesting. Let's reload. Bang, flick. Okay, so I did it. I got that one to work. I'm not fast enough to click 3 times and not fire the 3rd time here. Alright, so I should be able to spam it and shoot really, really fast. We'll shoot really, really fast. Okay. If I pace it better, it might even be, it might shoot faster as well. Yeah, pretty good. Let me see what the pace is for the really fast fire. Yeah, so you can shoot really, really fast if you want. Okay. If you're skilled, I'm not. But I bet if you spam it, it'll be pretty good. I can't click fast enough to actually get the perfect timing. Definitely it is tech to click 3 times after you charge. Maybe it's more like click, 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 like 2 double clicks or 3 double clicks. All right, let me try it without charging. I can't get it to max out on speed. Thanks for following. Delila Dev. I cannot get this to shoot much faster, which is good. That should be hard to do. All right. I can hide all this now. I figured out everything. That was making it weird. Double check that it's not printing still. And then I'm actually... This took a lot. This revolver was not... I thought I would... The first reload just doesn't register. I'm not sure what's up with that button. Like, I hit reload, it doesn't do it, and then I have to hit it again. Oh well. There's that. Here. Okay, that should be all the printing. What have I got? I messed with the animations. I deleted some stuff. Yeah, I deleted quite a bit. I did move those around. Oh, wow. And then graph offset, of course. Charge weapon, toggle alt mode. What is this? Walk. I added walk. I think I just don't include that. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Environment. Don't change that. I have to save twice because sometimes it doesn't do it the first time. Okay, this got slimmed down a lot. If we're charging, we just teleport to fire double because I couldn't figure that out. It's possible. That'd be really complicated though. I think technically what it would be is if I just made the mechanism of the gun like fully code-wise, and then the scene animates the weapon based on what the code says it should be. That would be better, I guess. But that also kind of sucks. Okay, then a bunch of changes here. And that's it. Alright, I'm gonna double check the animations are saving. So I'm just gonna go through and... Oh my gosh. So I changed, I believe I changed charge. I changed fan charge. I changed fire double. I don't think I changed fire. I did change fire fan. I don't think I touched that one. And then that's it. And then I click save here. Okay. Yeah, charge didn't get updated. Okay, cool. Charge got added in there. What did I change on charge? I think I just made it so the cylinder road. I actually don't know what I changed. Oh well. And then I think I'm adding. I think I'm not adding first person. Yeah, or the input at all. And what's changed now? Why is it telling me the revolver scene changed? It was not. Okay. Oh yeah, that is script. Okay. All of that. This. I'm more just checking that I'm not going to commit a print statement. Because I've tested it quite extensively, I think. Really messing with the inputs. Okay. So this is I guess improve Revolver. Revolver what? System? Mechanism? Mechanisms? Trimmed out some animation for the revolver. Partly in preparation for recoil update. Fixed some lost things. Fixed some lost fuel things with a revolver. Charges when aiming. Can double click to quickly fire. Yeah. And oh yeah. Starting on first live round when picked up. Yeah. And then fix priming bug with double action mechanism. Fix perma prime is more what it was. Weapon node. What changed in weapon node? Did I change in weapon node? Consolidate weapon node. Update signal into method and scene. One method. I think it's it. What changed in the revolver? No, there's no scene change. Okay. It just really looks like there is. All right. Oh, and then matched prime delay revolver to animation. Okay. And then I forgot to write it down. The big one there was making it so it doesn't do a weird double charge from the animation. But I guess I forgot to mention that. And I already wrote push. I could have just amended the message before I pushed. I can amend it now and do a force push. I'm doing that. Fixed. Instant charging. Caused by animation and double action mechanism. Not checking. Fixed instant double charging. Double action mechanism. If animation charges during ticks. And then fixed instant double charging and animation if it is playing a charge animation and then tries to fire. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, that file was added. Wait, that file was added. New file. Oh, no. I'm dumb. Whatever. I thought that this changed. It was actually fan charge that changed. I don't think charge changed. Charge changed. Maybe it did. No, charge definitely didn't change. I think it was fire double that changed. Did I send a fire double change? I can't check the log. Alright, I'm gonna wrap it up and end in a few minutes. Or very quickly. I'm just checking this. To see if I commit to that, because I know it's just a thing with the animations where if you don't physically open it and click save, it doesn't actually save it. And then it kind of doesn't tell you that you've changed it. So it's fired double 2 minutes ago, improve revolver mechanisms. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I did send it. Alright. Yeah, and then this, I think, yeah, this shouldn't be there. This shouldn't be there. This just shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. That movement should not be there. Yeah, that's a recoil thing I gotta figure out. Okay. I think that's tomorrow, though. The recoil. Oh. I think what I'll do, since they're in a good state right now, tomorrow first thing I'll do is get controller working. So every input is now working on controller. And then I'll start doing the recoil. I'll make the recoil impulse based instead of like some sliding target that moves up while you're shooting. It should definitely just be purely impulse based. Okay. An impulse applied whenever I raycast a bullet, that's when I say there's recoil happening. Apply an impulse, because I just raycasted a bullet. And that just pulls something from the ammunition type, so it'll pull like some force value, and then it pulls like weight or something. I don't know, I have to figure it out. And you have some parameters so that makes sense, so the recoil is higher on weapons that have more force, like the shotgun, but then also lower on weapons that are heavier. So the shotgun will also kind of balance it out a little bit. Or maybe it's just not even that. It's just the weapon. The weapon has a particular impulse force applied to it for bullets. Any kind of ammo fired. So I just have one slider. I'm not doing two things at once. Alright. That's it for today. Hopefully Twitch kept this all in one single thing, because it disconnected like 10 times or something. Alright. Goodbye. I'll be back tomorrow.